Chapter 527. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique finally broke through to the 30th rank. At the same time, his qi cultivation had also reached the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the 6-star secret technique, Perfect Circle Dipper Qi, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength wasn't inferior to his body refinement strength. If he stacked the bronze sword essence, he would be able to compete with his body refinement strength. But it was a pity that the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi might be able to stack with the bronze sword essence, but the power wasn't as expected. Li Fuchen guessed that the gap between 6-star secret techniques was already very small. Stacking would only increase the power by one level and wouldn't be able to increase it by multiple levels. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if a 5-star qi cultivation technique was stacked with the bronze sword essence, the power wouldn't be inferior to the stacking of the bronze sword essence with the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. If the bronze sword essence was a transformation array, then the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi and the 5-star qi cultivation technique were heaven and earth qi. The former's qi grade was already high. After being transformed by the transformation array, it would only be slightly stronger. The latter's qi grade was low, but after being transformed by the transformation array, the qi grade would increase drastically and the final qi wouldn't be inferior to the former. Of course, despite the case, when the two were stacked, the burst of power was already comparable to a slightly stronger 7-star secret technique. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength wouldn't be able to contest with his body refinement strength. Flying above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow Qi instantly transformed into the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. It then flowed through the bronze sword essence and transformed into the bronze sword Qi. Split. With a slash, a blazing sword Qi that was a few miles long swept out and slashed apart the sea of clouds that was dozens of miles long. Only qi cultivation martial arts can have such a huge attack range. Li Fuchen smacked his lips. After conquering the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, Li Fuchen thought about it and gave up on the idea of conquering the third region. After conquering 2 regions, he had already provoked the 3 Emperor-class factions to send battle formations over. If he was to conquer the third region, he would probably infuriate 90% of the Monarch-class factions. There wasn't a need for a lot, just 3 to 5 Emperor-class disciples or the 3 Emperor-class factions would send a battle formation of 300 to 400 men. Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for them and by then, the current advantageous situation would crumble. Without absolute strength, Li Fuchen didn't plan to challenge everyone's bottom line. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with his monthly income of hundreds of thousands of contribution coins. When it was the 6th month, Li Fuchen's contribution coins suddenly increased by 350,000. With the addition of the 5th month's earnings and the remaining 72,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen's contribution coins had reached an unprecedented 800,000. After spending 60,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen redeemed another Earth-class peak-tier sword art, the Flowing Flame Sword Art. If the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration pursued extreme lethality, then the Wild Stream Sword Art pursued extreme speed. However, in terms of power, the Wild Stream Sword Art was actually not inferior to the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. After all, the exchange price of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was 45,000 contribution coins, whereas the Wild Stream Sword technique was 60,000 contribution coins. There was a difference of 15,000 contribution coins. Just as Li Fuchen cultivated the Flowing Flame Sword Art to the perfection stage, the first Emperor-class disciple that Li Fuchen fought, Penglu, arrived. Li Fuchen, this is our final battle at the Reincarnation Realm. Penglu was actually able to break through to the Battle Spirit Realm a few months ago, but he forcefully suppressed his qi cultivation and wanted to defeat Li Fuchen at the Reincarnation Realm. Why? You broke through again. Li Fuchen revealed a smile that didn't look like a smile. Penglu said, you will know after you try. This time, we will not compete with divine abilities, we will compete with regular strength. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. Skywood Divine Dipper. Penglu didn't plan to waste time and immediately activated the 6-star secret technique, Skywood Divine Dipper. His body's 8 desolate divine wood chi was rapidly transmuted into the sky wood divine dipper. Withered tree revives. With a loud yell, Peng Lu wielded the battle saber and cleaved violently. Initially, the boundless saber chi was very weak and was like a gentle breeze that wasn't eye-catching. But in an instant, the saber chi burst out. It was like a withered tree that was glowing with unprecedented vitality. It is indeed stronger, but it is still not enough. Li Fuqian could see that Peng Lu either had a breakthrough in his cultivation technique rank or his 6-star secret technique was at the perfection rank. Otherwise, the power of this saber wouldn't be so powerful and violent. It was a pity that Peng Lu had great progress during the past few months, but Li Fuqian had even greater progress. Without bursting out with his body refinement strength, Li Fuqian drew the joint heaven sword and poured the bronze sword chi into the joint heaven sword. He then executed the cloud incineration. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that surged and poured down. It clashed with the saber chi that was like a violent wind. Cling cling clang clang. The saber chi and sword chi were like steel, and when they clashed, there was actually the sound of metal clashing. At this moment, it was all about whose move was stronger and whose attack was stronger. If the move wasn't powerful enough, there would be flaws. If the attack wasn't powerful enough, the chi force would immediately crumble. But it was obvious that Li Fuqian's sword chi was slightly stronger than Peng Li's saber chi. When the overwhelming saber chi vanished, there were at least dozens of sword chi that assaulted Peng Lu. Peng Lu had an abnormally grave expression. He assumed that Li Fuqian's body refinement strength was formidable, but he didn't expect for Li Fuqian's chi cultivation strength to be comparable with his body refinement strength. When facing a body refinement martial artist, Peng Li's saber moves were naturally mystical. But when facing an elite swordsman, Peng Li's saber moves might not be mystical or powerful. Overgrown vegetation. 10 incineration. Tree world's descent. 100 incineration. Withering of all things. 1000 incineration. The duo exchanged moves, and each move contained multiple saber moves or sword moves. Each move contained thousands of transformations, and it was extremely dangerous. It wasn't something that body refinement martial artists could experience. From the start to the end, Li Fuqian had been suppressing Peng Lu. Peng Li's saber moves weren't flawless and his chi movement was in a mess. Not good. Peng Lu had also noticed that his chi movement was in a mess. If his chi movement was in a mess, his saber moves would naturally reveal flaws. To a regular person, this flaw wasn't considered a flaw. But to an elite swordsman like Li Fuqian, a flaw was a flaw and it couldn't be concealed. Li Fuqian's figure flashed violently as he approached Peng Lu. Subsequently, thousands of green and red sword lights poured down at Peng Lu. Each of the green and red sword lights seemed to have spirituality as they slashed and thrust at Peng Li's most uncomfortable spots. Cling cling clang clang. Peng Li's battle saber turned into a layer of saber screen to block the thousands of green and red sword lights. The resplendent sparks were like a rain of light that sprayed in all directions. TSS. There was a fine crack on the saber screen, followed by the second, third. In the blink of the eye, the saber screen was filled with cracks before it collapsed. PFFF. Peng Lu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. This time, he had lost. He had nothing to say about his loss. It seems like I can't defeat you at the reincarnation realm. Why didn't you execute your sword art previously? Peng Lu said gloomily. Li Fuqian said, my sword art wasn't this powerful previously. Truly a monster. I hope we can meet again in the future. Peng Lu left. In order to fight with Li Fuqian, he had already delayed his progression by a few months. To Emperor-class disciples, a few months was a long time, especially when they were breaking through a cultivation realm. As for the next time they met, who knew when it would be? After all, they weren't on the same continent. Huff. After Peng Lu left, Li Fuqian let out a turbid breath. His estimations weren't wrong. His current chi cultivation strength was already comparable with his body refinement strength. As compared to body refinement arts, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly more fond of sword arts. When executing sword arts, Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul was sublimating. Chapter 528. Before the 9 Dragons' Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant physique reached the trance stage, the strength of true chi could still compete with the strength of body refinement. But after the two reached the trance stage, the strength of true chi was no longer a match. The complete true meaning of the 9 Dragons' Claw was extremely domineering. With a swipe of the claw, the world seemed to be torn apart. The complete Wind Cloud Tyrant body true meaning strengthened the recoil effect. If it could only reflect 30 to 40% of the force previously, now it could reflect more than 50%. Right now, even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed Peng Lu and Sun Tian to attack him, they might not be able to break his defense within a short period of time. My body refining strength has already reached the peak. If I want to improve further, I have to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter to the 6th chapter, or get a top-rank Earth Realm body refining martial art. During body refinement cultivation, it was extremely difficult to increase the cultivation realm. At least, Li Fuchen's body refinement didn't show any signs of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. As for Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts, even the Monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have them. Only Emperor-class factions would have them. Now, I'll focus on cultivating my true chi. Although his perception was very high, multitasking wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. However, multitasking meant that he wasn't focused enough. Sometimes, concentration was more important than comprehension. Days passed by. On the 7th month after arriving at the White Scale Continent, Xikong Zhan had also progressed to the battle spirit realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation had reached the late stage of 9th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen was able to progress so quickly because he had redeemed a large number of Red Rainbow elixirs. In the Red Rainbow sect, the Red Rainbow elixir and Perception Dao elixir could be exchanged with contribution coins. One Red Rainbow pill was 2,000 contribution coins. One Dao Enlightenment pill cost 3,000 contribution coins. With a large number of contribution coins, Li Fuchen had redeemed 50 Red Rainbow elixirs in one go and had only used up 9 of them. As for absorbing the Red Rainbow elixir, there weren't many impurities. Number 1, the Red Rainbow elixir was originally used to purify qi and had very few impurities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Red Rainbow sect's exclusive elixir. Secondly, the impurities produced by the Crimson Rainbow pill wouldn't mix into the true qi, and they would settle in the qi and blood instead. It just so happened that the tribulation energy of the mortal world could destroy the impurities in the qi and blood, and it saved a lot of trouble. With a high cultivation technique rank, plenty of Red Rainbow elixirs, and with the fact that he had condensed his true spirit in advance, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wasn't inferior to 7-star bone frames and might even be faster. In the 8th month, Li Fuchen had reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm and was just one step away from the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm. However, it wasn't easy to cross this one step. 7-star bone frames were known to have no obstructions when breaking through to the battle spirit realm, but they would be stuck for a few months. Only 8-star bone frames were truly unobstructed. It was just like breaking through a small realm and it would be over in an instant. As expected, by the 9th month, Li Fuchen was still at the peak state of 9th level reincarnation realm. The qi in his body had been compressed to the limit, and once he broke through, his qi would have a qualitative change. Once my qi transforms into the battle spirit realm's qi, any qi martial arts that I execute will be much more mystical. Li Fuchen naturally knew that a qualitative change in qi would increase the power of the martial arts. Apart from that, a powerful qi would also cause a subtle change in the martial arts. It was just like a child executing a sword art. Even if the child's movements were extremely precise, it wouldn't be comparable to an adult's movements. As long as it was a martial art, it would require sufficient strength to support it. Without sufficient strength, it would just be for show. It might be exaggerated, but it was the logic. But before that, I have to make a trip back to the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, I won't be able to return in the future. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Once the continent willpower awakened, it was a good thing for the continent, but it would be troublesome for martial artists with higher cultivation realms. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't welcome him anymore. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that it was necessary to inquire about this aspect. Outer Sect Grand Hall, if you progress to the battle spirit realm, you can only stay on the White Scale continent for 1 day. After 1 day, the Heaven and Earth Law will produce the Destruction Law to destroy you. Once you reach the Primary Sea realm, you will be able to stay on the White Scale continent for more than a month. If you reach the Law Phase realm, low-tier continents won't have any restrictions on you. In order to destroy a Law Phase realm emperor, the Destruction Law will be too horrific. It will damage the foundation of the low-tier continent and might even cause the low-tier continent to sink and become a wasteland. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the continent willpower won't do it instinctively. Battle Spirit Realm experts can stay on the continent for a day. Can Primary Sea Realm experts stay for a month? Li Fuchen nodded silently and felt that it was acceptable. Wang Kuei continued, of course, there are some artifacts that can perfectly conceal one's cultivation and chi presence to deceive the continent willpower. The prerequisite is that one cannot use martial strength. Once one uses martial strength, the chi presence will be exposed and it will trigger the destruction law. But such artifacts are too rare and are usually used to hide from powerful enemies. No one would use it to deceive the continent willpower. Therefore, you don't have to consider this method for now. Conceal my cultivation and chi presence? Li Fuchen suddenly thought of his spirit soul talent. A long time ago, he used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. Of course, he understood that there wasn't a standard for concealing one's chi presence. You could conceal your chi presence to prevent powerful enemies from sensing your presence, but it wasn't that easy to deceive the continent willpower. But Li Fuchen felt that this method was worth a try. With the pale purple spirit soul, he might be able to deceive the low-tier continent willpower. Alright, do you have any other questions? Wang Kuei asked Li Fuchen with a gentle voice. Li Fuchen frowned and said, how much is the suppression of the continent willpower? Li Fuchen was referring to martial artists that were beyond the limits of the continent willpower. Wang Kuei said, there isn't a standard and it depends on the individual. If it is a body refinement martial artist, the suppression wouldn't be as great. Because a body refinement martial artist's chi power is already very powerful. Even if the move's laws are lost, it would still have enough power. The Red Rainbow sect is known to be able to make regular Law Phase realm emperors flee miserably because they have the protection of the continent willpower. Otherwise, unless they have a Class 8 array or a Class 8 battleship or array pagoda, no Monarch class faction would be able to resist a Law Phase realm emperor. Chapter 529. After activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen returned to the East Unicorn continent. This time, he brought back a huge amount of resources. There were Heaven Dipper Realm, Reincarnation Realm, and everything else. He even brought back some Red Rainbow elixirs and Perception Dao elixirs. If it was calculated in terms of contribution coins, the total value of the resources was as high as 500,000 contribution coins. The Red Rainbow sect's contribution coins were extremely precious. 500,000 contribution coins were worth at least 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. The endless resources might cause the Li clan to slack off and make it hard for them to produce true experts. But it didn't matter. Li Fuchen's objective was to let his parents cultivate to the reincarnation realm and increase their lifespan to 250 years. As such, the next time he returned, his parents would naturally not age. As for whether they could progress to the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen didn't think it was a problem. With the help of endless resources, as long as the bone frame wasn't below 3-star, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the reincarnation realm. It would just take a little time. It wasn't enough to just have resources, safety was more important. Half a year ago, the Li clan had already moved out of the Wind-Snow sect and settled in a large mountain range in the southeast of the Wind-Snow region. With Li Fuchen as the alliance leader, the continent's elite array masters worked together to set up a Class 5 sword array for the Li clan. With this sword array, over a dozen high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to break the array within a short period of time. But Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't enough. As a precaution, Li Fuchen decided to pour his sword intent into the sword array. Earth-class intents were already able to exist independently from martial arts. As for how long it could exist, it was related to the strength of the true spirit. The stronger the true spirit, the longer the intent could exist. Back in the land of Fog's tomb, the intent had existed for countless years. On the highest peak of the heaven-cold mountains, Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan stood behind Li Fuchen. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's body burst out with terrifying and blazing sword intent. The sword intent was obviously blazing, but it was like flowing water that flowed rapidly in the air. Flowing flame sword intent. Over a month ago, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the flowing flame sword art to the trance stage. The flowing flame sword intent that was produced was much stronger than the cloud flame thousand incineration. Enter. Under Li Fuchen's control, the flowing flame sword intent was like flowing water as it slowly blended into the sword formation. The originally formless sword formation was now glowing with pale red light, as though countless pale red sword lights were circulating. The blazing and sharp qi presence had caused the sky and earth to change color. Originally it was supposed to be an easy task, but after Li Fuchen finished all of this, traces of indescribable fatigue suddenly attacked. Although it wasn't enough to knock him unconscious, it was still unprecedented. Too much true spirit energy has been consumed. Pure true meanings could only exist for a short period of time. When strong martial artists fought, true meanings would run rampant. If these true meanings could exist for a long time, it would be too ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, these scattered true meanings would dissipate very quickly. Unless there was a large-scale battle between strong martial artists, it would not affect the ecology of a region. Therefore, in order to make the true meaning last longer, he had to expend his own true spirit energy to inject the true meaning into his soul. The importance of a true spirit was almost equal to that of a soul. If the soul was a person, then the true spirit was a boat. Its existence could protect the people on the ship from falling into the water. If too much true spirit energy was consumed, it would affect the martial artist's condition and it would be hard to recover within a short period of time. I hope this flowing flame sword intent can exist for a longer period of time. Li Fuchen said to himself. Li Fuchen had his own considerations before injecting the sword intent into the sword array. True meanings were laws. Of course, they were still far from the great Tao laws and could only be considered martial art laws. Martial art laws were born from the great Tao laws but were unique. Arrays were also born from the great Tao laws. If the two were fused, according to Li Fuchen's estimations, the true meaning should be able to exist for a longer period of time. But he didn't expect that fusing the true meaning into the array would consume so much true spirit energy. His true spirit was already comparable with primary sea realm monarchs. If it was a battle spirit realm master injecting the true meaning, before the true meaning could fuse with the array, the true spirit energy would be completely consumed and the true spirit would instantly crumble. Let me test the power of the array. Li Fuchen flew out of the sword array and drew the joint heaven sword before cleaving at the sword array. Clang! It felt as though the sword array had countless sword lights revolving around it and had blocked Li Fuchen's sword with ease. At the same moment, there were still countless sword lights flying over. After shattering the sword lights with ease, Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied expression. The sword array that was injected with the flowing flame sword intent was actually able to block his all-out sword. His all-out sword was comparable to a mid-level battle spirit realm master and it wasn't something that a reincarnation realm expert could imagine. If the original sword array was a Class 5 sword array, then the current sword array was a Class 6 sword array. As long as the Li clansmen didn't leave the range of the sword array, no one in the East Unicorn continent could threaten the Li clansmen. Father, Mother, I should be able to progress to the Battle Spirit realm soon. It will be rather difficult for me to return to the East Unicorn continent in the future. After flying back into the sword array, Li Fuqian looked at Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan apologetically. Before Li Fuqian could finish speaking, Li Tianhan waved his hand and said, Fuqian, you have already given us enough. Don't worry, your mother and I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. Once we reach the reincarnation realm, we will have a lifespan of 250 years. Your mother and I are only around 50 years old now, and there is still a long time. Hence, you better focus on your martial Tao and don't be delayed by worldly matters. Otherwise, your mother and I will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Shen Yuyan revealed a gentle smile. Your father is right. Right now, it is most important for you to focus on the martial Tao. Your father and I believe that you will create a legend that belongs to you. The duo might be reluctant to part with Li Fuqian, but with Li Fuqian's innate potential, it was destined that he would never become immortal. They didn't wish to be a hindrance to Li Fuqian. Furthermore, it was just a short separation, and it wasn't a separation of life and death. On this day, Li Fuqian left. Shen Yuyan leaned into Li Tianhan's embrace and said softly, Big brother Tianhan, perhaps we can have another child. The duo was still young. To Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, 50 years of age was just the prime of their lives. Once they reached the reincarnation realm, it would be normal to say that they were youths. From what Li Fuqian said, most of the disciples in the sect were already 40 or 50 years old and weren't much younger than them. Alright, we shall listen to you. But we must not neglect our cultivation too. We must strive to break through to the reincarnation realm before Fuqian returns. Li Tianhan laughed heartily, and the sorrow of separation had dissipated significantly. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuqian first recuperated for a few days. Chapter 530. On the 10th month on the White Scale continent, Li Fuqian finally felt signs of breaking through. This kind of omen was very strong. It was the desire and joy of life about to transform. Every time a martial artist broke through a major realm, not only would their true energy undergo a metamorphosis, but their life level would also undergo a metamorphosis. For example, reincarnation realm martial artists could only live for 250 years, while battle spirit realm masters could live for 500 years. In addition, his soul and blood essence would also be strengthened. In terms of spirit-soul quality, Li Fuqian believed that he wasn't inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. But in terms of spirit-soul strength, Li Fuqian was far inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. As one's life level increased, the structure of one's qi and blood would naturally change as well. If a battle spirit realm master and a reincarnation realm martial artist were to compete in qi strength, the battle spirit realm master would be able to eliminate a group of reincarnation realm martial artists. Both of them had different life levels and qi strengths. Of course, Li Fuqian was a peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, and this qi blood change was just a drizzle to him. Instead, with a higher vitality level, it would be easier for him to cultivate the body refinement Tao. A few 100,000 contribution coins a month. What a pity. Li Fuqian was certain that after he reached the battle spirit realm, the amount of contribution coins he earned would be far inferior to now. Right now, he was able to earn hundreds of thousands of contribution coins in a month because his strength had far surpassed this realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, there would be plenty of people who were stronger than him. It would be good if he could earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins in a month. Fortunately, he still had about 1,000,000 contribution coins. For a long time, he would not have to worry about not having enough contribution coins. After all, at this stage, he did not intend to exchange for 7-star secret techniques. He had already exchanged for everything else. At the end of the 10th month, Li Fuqian applied to return to the Red Rainbow sect. He felt that he could progress to the battle spirit realm at any moment, but he didn't think of being like Peng Lu and intentionally suppressing his cultivation. The request was quickly approved and the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelon agreed for Li Fuqian to end the White Scale Continent mission. Before leaving, Li Fuqian returned all the mountain ranges that he had previously occupied, leaving behind the initial 3 mountain ranges. He didn't know if the various king-level factions would wait for him to leave for revenge, but that had nothing to do with him. Red Rainbow Sect, Monarch Region, Fuqian Peak. As the mid-grade spirit stones were consumed, Li Fuqian's cultivation was climbing bit by bit. Previously, his cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm and there was no way for him to progress further. The liquefied jinqi in his dantian gradually became viscous. No, to be exact, it had become more condensed. If it was water in the beginning, it had now become a fine and uniform lava. Moreover, the magma water was developing into magma. There was a trace of swelling pain in the meridians, and Li Fuqian's body oozed a lot of sweat. Breaking through a major realm required too much true energy. He felt as if his body was filled with a large amount of magma, ready to explode at any moment. 50. 100. 200. After absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stones spirit chi, Li Fuqian felt as though his body was swelling up. One had to know that a mid-grade spirit stone's spiritual energy was several hundred times that of a low-grade spirit stone, and its purity was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to absorbing hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to stuffing a small pond with the water of a river. Pop! Right at this moment, Li Fuqian's dantian finally underwent a metamorphosis. Like a black hole, it frantically devoured the qi in his meridians. Under the high temperature and pressure, a drop of molten lava like qi appeared, followed by a second drop, a third drop, splash splash. A large amount of magma qi gathered together and formed a small sphere. The small sphere was spinning violently and absorbed all the qi in the surroundings. The swelling feeling vanished and Li Fuqian felt relaxed. Even his spirit soul felt much lighter and there was an indescribable feeling of power that filled his heart. I finally broke through. Li Fuqian continued to circulate the 30th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Boom! A scarlet pillar of light rushed into the sky and was extremely dazzling. Did this child break through? Apart from Monarch class disciples, there was also an inner sect elder residing in the Monarch district. Li Fuqian released his spiritual awareness and instantly invaded Fuqian Peak. This child's strength in the same realm is comparable with Emperor-class disciples. I wonder what level his strength is at after this breakthrough. At the reincarnation realm, he was already comparable with mid-level battle spirit realm masters. After stepping into the battle spirit realm, it was extremely easy to be comparable with a high-level battle spirit realm master. Of course, it was just an ordinary high-level battle spirit realm master. Like the masters on the various kingdoms' master rankings, most of them were just ordinary high-level battle spirit realm masters. At least in the eyes of the Red Rainbow sect's members. This child's breakthrough speed is much faster than we imagined. Streaks of spiritual awareness scanned over and each spiritual awareness represented a primary C realm inner sect elder. 6-star bone frames might be a little low, but their perception is high enough and their cultivation technique rank is high enough. Their advancement speed might not be slower than 7-star bone frames. It is a pity that our Red Rainbow sect's strongest cultivation technique is only Earth-class peak tier. At the later stages, our cultivation speed will probably be inferior to 7-star bone frames. It doesn't matter. With his potential, it is still easy for him to step into the primary C realm. By then, our Red Rainbow sect will have another elite monarch. The spiritual awareness were conversing with each other. Li Fuqian didn't mind being enveloped by so many spiritual awareness. If he was willing, he could use his spiritual awareness to isolate himself from the detection. But it wasn't necessary. At the current stage, it wasn't good to expose his insane spiritual awareness. The qi quantity has increased by 10 times and the qi purity has also increased by several times. The burst of qi is rather horrific. Earlier on, he had only circulated the divine flame red rainbow technique. If he burst out with qi at full strength, it was unknown what kind of commotion would be caused. Li Fuqian took out a red rainbow elixir and started to purify his qi. He had just broken through and his qi was still rather shallow. The red rainbow elixir would allow his qi cultivation to be rapidly stabilized. One day passed by, Li Fuqian's qi cultivation had finally stabilized at the first level of battle spirit realm. Right now, when he burst out with qi, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion as the qi was completely concentrated, unless he intentionally released it. 2 days later, Li Fuqian's qi was much more concentrated and his cultivation had directly climbed from the initial level of first level battle spirit realm to the middle level of first level battle spirit realm. I didn't think that the divine flame red rainbow technique would advance from the 30th rank to the 31st rank after progressing to the battle spirit realm. Li Fuqian revealed a smile. Swish! Turning into a red rainbow, Li Fuqian rushed into the sky and arrived above the clouds. Li Fuqian drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. Without any sound or presence, the sea of clouds that was close to 100 miles was slashed into two by Li Fuqian. From a glance, it felt as though the sky was split open and a deep ravine extended all the way to the horizon. Incredible! Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. Chapter 531. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, the sect rewarded Li Fuqian with 100,000 contribution coins, 10 perception Dao elixirs, 10 red rainbow elixirs, and an earth-class peak-tier martial art. Li Fuqian saved up the contribution coins and chose a light body technique for the earth-class peak-tier martial art. Previously, Li Fuqian's body refinement strength was strong but his qi cultivation strength was weak, therefore, light body techniques were basically useless. But now that his qi cultivation had progressed to the battle spirit realm, an incredible light body technique would allow Li Fuqian's speed to be much faster and he no longer had any shortcomings. Let me test my strength first, otherwise, it will be hard to accept missions. On this day, Li Fuqian arrived in front of the Master Tower. The Master Tower had 5 floors and it was specially used to test the strength of battle spirit realm masters. In the Red Rainbow sect, battle spirit realm masters were separated into 5 levels. They were Normal Master, Elite Master, Pinnacle Master, Great Master, and Monarch Class Master. As for the low-tier masters, mid-tier masters, and high-tier masters that were ranked according to the cultivation level, they couldn't be treated seriously. Some formidable low-tier masters were able to defeat mid-tier masters. An ordinary grandmaster would never be able to defeat an elite grandmaster. In addition, the inner sect missions were linked to the master level. Normal masters could only accept normal master missions, while elite masters could accept normal master missions and elite master missions. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference in the reward of contribution coins for different missions. Li Fuqian might have a lot of contribution coins, but 1.2 million contribution coins was only enough to redeem a slightly inferior 7-star secret technique. It wasn't possible for Li Fuqian to spend it all the time. There were plenty of people in front of the Master Tower and there were over 20 people queuing up. Just as Li Fuqian arrived, the Master Tower suddenly released 3 floors of radiance. Senior Sheng is truly incredible. He has become a pinnacle master so quickly. TSK, Pinnacle Master. The strongest person on the master rankings of the 7 kingdoms is only at the elite master level. Pinnacle master missions will reward at least 30,000 contribution coins. Everyone had an envious and respectful expression. Pinnacle master, huh? I reckon that I am still quite lacking. Li Fuqian didn't know what level he was at, therefore, he came to the Master Tower for the test. From what he understood, Monarch-class disciples would normally be able to pass the first floor of the Master Tower when they were at the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at least at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. As for the second floor of the Master Tower, Monarch-class disciples would need to be at the third level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at the 6th or 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. That was why top-notch grandmasters were quite powerful. In the secular world, they could be called invincible grandmasters. The speed of the test was very fast. In less than an hour, it was almost Li Fuchen's turn. Apart from that senior brother Sheng, the rest are only at the ordinary or elite grandmaster level. It seems that it will be quite difficult to become a peak grandmaster. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. If anyone could hear Li Fuchen's thoughts, they would be speechless. Becoming a top-notch grandmaster was not just difficult, it was incomparably difficult. Even monarch-class disciples would need to be at the high levels of Battle Spirit Realm before they would have the chance to become a pinnacle master. If it was a regular inner sect disciple, even if they were at the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm, they might not be able to become a pinnacle master. As for the Great Grandmaster rank above the peak Grandmaster rank, apart from monarch-class disciples, everyone else could basically give up on this goal. Great Grandmasters were comparable with weaker low-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct monarch-class disciples were at the Great Grandmaster rank. As for the monarch-class masters that were 1 level higher than the Great Grandmaster rank, they could be treated as primary Sea Realm monarchs. Because they weren't inferior to low-level monarchs in all aspects. Who is this person? I don't think I have seen him before. Junior Fuchen doesn't even know about him. It seems like your information network isn't fast enough. Why? This Junior Fuchen is very famous. He isn't just famous. During the war with the sea beasts, he is number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings. In the White Scale continent, he relied on his individual strength to occupy 2 major regions. So incredible. Some didn't believe it. You will know later. He has just progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm. If he has the strength of an elite master, it means that everything is true. Then I shall wait and see. Some of the inner sect disciples that were planning to leave had all stayed behind and would occasionally look at Li Fuchen. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Li Fuchen took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and tossed them into the mouth of the stone lion at the entrance of the Master Tower. Immediately after, the Master Tower's doors opened and Li Fuchen walked in. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Master Tower, the first floor's array lit up. In the center of the array, an illusory swordsman appeared. The array power actually formed a swordsman. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Originally, he thought it was just an energy demonic beast. The battle began. PFFF. As soon as the illusory swordsman rushed in front of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into 2 by Li Fuchen's sword. The series of actions happened in a flash. Too weak. Before breaking through, I was already able to defeat it easily. Li Fuchen had a rough idea. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen walked to the second floor. The illusory swordsman on the second floor was extremely powerful. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen would only be able to withstand 3 swords and would be killed after that. Cling cling clang clang. The energy condensed sword was as tough as steel and Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword couldn't even sever it. Interesting. The sword art actually contains sword intent. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he attacked the illusory swordsman repeatedly. 10 moves. 50 moves. 100 moves. After 100 moves, Li Fuchen wasn't able to defeat the illusory swordsman. The illusory swordsman's sword art didn't just contain sword intent, the sword skills were also incredible. The movements were so precise that it felt as though they were measured with a ruler. The attack trajectories were impeccable and would always follow the optimal trajectory to attack. The precision was so precise that even Li Fuchen was amazed. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to transform the perfect circle dipper chi into the bronze sword chi. In an instant, the slash power increased drastically and a single slash was enough to sever the illusory swordsman's sword. But in the next moment, a sword appeared in the illusory swordsman's left hand to block Li Fuchen's slash. Thousand incineration. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. He withdrew his sword a little before thrusting with even more force. There was a burst of blinding radiance as the illusory swordsman was enveloped by a scarlet bubble. When the bubble burst, the illusory swordsman instantly dispersed. I need to use 90% of my strength to defeat it. Apart from not executing the flowing flame sword art, Li Fuchen was already at his full strength and had even used some of his blazing flame power. I wonder how strong is the third floor's illusory swordsman. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked to the third floor. The third floor's illusory swordsman was much more corporeal. It might be restrained by the array law and the power wasn't leaking, but Li Fuchen could still feel a trace of horrific prowess. Chapter 532. As though it teleported, the illusory swordsman instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen. Such speed! Li Fuchen raised the joint heaven sword and quickly blocked. Clang! The massive force made Li Fuchen feel as though he was struck by lightning. If it wasn't for his tough body refinement, this sword would have fractured his arms and instantly inflicted serious injuries. The glaring sword light had almost enveloped Li Fuchen completely, but with his astounding spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was still able to block the second sword. But this sword was Li Fuchen's limit, because his entire body was sent flying and he vomited a mouthful of blood. No wonder it is at the pinnacle master level. Those with valiant body refinement cultivation might not even be able to injure Li Fuchen in 1 or 2 moves. It was imaginable how powerful the third floor's illusory swordsman was. It was simply overwhelming. Outside the Master Tower, under everyone's attention, the Master Tower released 2 floors of radiance. He passed the second floor. Incredible. He is already at the elite master level right off the bat. No wonder he is number 1 on the minor beast-slaying rankings. In just a few more years, Junior Fuchen will definitely become a great master. The reason why the 3 direct monarch class disciples could become great masters was because of their extremely tough bone frames. Senior Lei Donghai has the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame. In terms of lethality, this type of bone frame is superior to the other 7-star special bone frames. Senior Gu Jui has the 7-star brightness bone frame. Among the special bone frames, the brightness bone frame is definitely a top-notch bone frame. Senior Yuan Long has the 7-star Arhat bone frame. All of you should know that in the same realm, body refinement martial artists are already extremely powerful. Moreover, the Arhat bone frame is 1 level higher than the Vajra bone frame and the Ironstone bone frame. One of them shook his head. That might be the case, but when the 3 direct monarch class disciples were at the reincarnation realm, they weren't able to rely on their individual martial strength to occupy 2 major regions on the white scale continent. The early stage is the early stage, the later stage is the later stage. Putting aside everything else, Junior Fuchen's bone frame is only 6-star. It also means that his bone frame pattern only has 6 segments, while the other monarch class disciples have 7 segments. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. This is indeed a problem. Some of the inner sect disciples who thought highly of Li Fuchen were silently shaking their heads. Without any heaven class manuals, divine abilities were undoubtedly the strongest trump cards and methods. If one's divine ability was inferior, it didn't matter how strong one's regular strength was. After passing the second floor of the Master Tower, Li Fuchen received an Elite Master token. This token also required a drop of blood to refine and it was useless for others. With this token, Li Fuchen could head to the inner sect mission hall and accept elite master level missions. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission, he still wanted to consolidate his strength. For example, he could cultivate the 3 6-star mystic techniques to perfection. For example, he could comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 5 segments. For example, he could continue to comprehend the sword patterns on the second seal of the Joint Heaven sword. The first goal was easy to achieve, and so was the second. However, the third goal was a little more difficult. Once the second layer of the Joint Heaven Sword seal was unlocked, its rank would be either Earth Tier top tier or Heaven Tier low tier. It wouldn't be that easy to break the seal. I shall redeem an artifact sword first. Before progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the difference between Earth-class mid-tier and Earth-class high-tier artifact swords wasn't huge. After all, everyone's chi wasn't powerful enough and it was hard to utilize the full power of the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. But after progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword would be able to increase the strength by 20% to 30%. This 20% to 30% mustn't be underestimated. In a contest between experts, even a difference of 10% couldn't be neglected, let alone 20% to 30%. After arriving at the armament hall, Li Fuqin took a quick glance at the Earth-class high-tier artifact swords. With the primary Sea Realm's spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin could easily see the characteristics and potential of a sword. In just a short moment, Li Fuqin picked an Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. This sword was called the Flame Snake and the forging materials were 10,000-year flame iron, balance metal, and Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts bone marrow metal. The price wasn't expensive and it only cost 3,000 contribution coins. Of course, it was only for Li Fuqin. To regular inner sect disciples, 3,000 contribution coins wasn't cheap. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuqin wielded the flame snake and slashed. Huff! The surging sea of clouds was split into two without any signs. The blazing sword chi lingered and didn't disperse. It has increased my strength by around 25%. It is 10% more than the Joint Heaven Sword. The Joint Heaven Sword was definitely an extreme existence among the Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords. Regular Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords would only be able to increase a Battle Spirit Realm Master's strength by 10%. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuqin's perception, thinking speed, and instinctive understanding of laws had all increased by one level. 1 week later, the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness was at the Perfection rank. 2 weeks later, the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi was at the Perfection rank. 1 month later, the Thousand Illusion Eyes was at the Perfection rank. 1.5 months later, the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern was comprehended to 3 segments. 2 months later, the sword pattern on the second seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was comprehended to more than 90%. In terms of pure sword Dao strength, Li Fuqin might still be suppressed by pinnacle masters. But in terms of overall strength, Li Fuqin might not lose. His body refinement allowed him to have tough defense, the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the Thousand Illusion Eyes allowed him to turn the tables. I shall accept an elite master mission to understand more. Burying himself in cultivation wasn't Li Fuqin's style. The martial Dao was about combat, unless there was a day when his potential was exhausted. There were plenty of people in the inner sect mission hall. As compared to the outer sect disciples, the number of inner sect disciples was around 10 times more and there were also 10 times more people accepting missions. Elite Master Mission, head to the Red Copper Continent and kill Class 6 high-tier demonic beast, Flame Snake. Obtain 50 kilograms of bone marrow metal. Mission reward, 10,000 contribution coins. Li Fuqin stopped in front of a mission wall. 50 kilograms of Flame Snake's bone marrow metal. His Flame Snake sword was mixed with plenty of bone marrow metal. I shall accept it. Li Fuqin tore off the mission slip. The Red Copper Continent was a low-tier continent that was of a higher class than the White Scale Continent and the East Unicorn Continent. It allowed Battle Spirit Realm Masters to move around, but this continent didn't have any native humans. There were countless demonic beasts and demons and the danger level wasn't something the White Scale Continent and the Demon Ring Continent could compare with. Heading to the Red Copper Continent required 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Monarch-class disciples and other disciples were treated the same and couldn't be exempted from the teleportation fee. Red Copper Continent, Red Rainbow City. The Red Rainbow sect actually constructed a city on the Red Copper Continent. They are truly extravagant. While walking on the streets, Li Fuqian saw plenty of inner sect disciples and even more martial artists below the battle spirit realm. Most of these martial artists were from the 7 great kingdoms. For a city to operate normally, it was impossible to rely on high-level martial artists. The grassroots martial artists were the foundation of a city's vitality. Otherwise, Li Fuqian would have to settle everything himself after arriving at the Red Copper Continent. The Red Rainbow City's inns were very expensive and would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones a day. After paying 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqian booked a room for 20 days. Chapter 533. Li Fuqian didn't immediately execute the mission as he needed to understand more about the Red Rainbow City and the Red Copper Continent. The Red Copper Continent wasn't the White Scale Continent. It was said that it was only slightly smaller than the Red Soil Continent and was around 5 times the size of the White Scale Continent. It was at least 10 times the size of the East Unicorn Continent. As of now, including the Red Rainbow sect, most of the monarch-class factions had yet to explore the entire Red Copper Continent. There were some forbidden areas where even great masters would be in mortal danger. In fact, there was a terrifying incident of a city being destroyed on the Red Copper Continent. The city that had been destroyed was a king-class faction city from another continent. The reason for its destruction was that a martial grandmaster of that king-class faction had taken the risk of entering a forbidden area. As a result, he had provoked an extremely powerful Class 6 demon. According to the information back then, that Class 6 demon was suspected to have the strength of a monarch-class master, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to destroy a Class 7 array. For regular Class 7 arrays, those below the primary sea realm wouldn't be able to break them even if they attacked for a few months. After spending some spirit stones, Li Fuqian purchased a map and an introduction to the forbidden areas. The Red Copper Continent has 3 major forbidden areas and 10 minor forbidden areas. Li Fuqian raised his brows and read carefully. The major forbidden areas definitely had monarch-class master-level demons or demonic beasts. The minor forbidden areas definitely had great master-level demons or demonic beasts, and there wasn't just one. It seems like it really is a forbidden area. With similar strength, human martial artists wouldn't be able to defeat demonic beasts and demons. The vitality of the demonic beasts and demons were too horrific. An attack that could kill a human martial artist might only cause light injuries to the demonic beasts and demons. Unless there were 3 to 5 individuals working together, otherwise, the demonic beasts and demons would only be able to escape. Let alone others, even Li Fuqian didn't dare to say he could defeat demonic beasts and demons at the same level. After all, demonic beasts and demons had massive bodies. The demonic beasts' bodies were like mountains and would easily be a few hundred feet or a few hundred feet. Human martial artists' bodies weren't even 10 feet. Of course, vitality and body size didn't have an absolute relationship. The bigger the body size, the weaker the vitality contained in every inch of flesh. Li Fuqian had a small body size but every inch of flesh contained astounding vitality. Flame Iron Mountains. Ultimately, Li Fuqian set his target at the Flame Iron Mountains. The Flame Iron Mountain Range was a mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Until now, there had not been any demonic beasts or fiendish demons of the Great Grandmaster level. The Flame Iron Mountains were extremely hot. If a regular Chi Realm martial artist were to come here, they would be roasted to death in a short period of time. Even an Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On this day, a figure flew at a low altitude above the Flame Iron Mountain Range. The Flame Iron Mountain Range is rich in flame iron. 100-year flame iron can be seen everywhere, and 1000-year flame iron is not that rare either. The only rare ones are the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. This figure was naturally Li Fuqian. There was a reason why he chose the Flame Iron Mountain Range. Firstly, people often found flame snakes here. Secondly, this place was rich in flame iron. Of course, it wasn't the 100-year flame iron or the 1000-year flame iron that caught his attention. It was the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. 10,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting high-tier Earth-class weapons, and 100,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting peak-tier Earth-class weapons. It was rumored that someone had even found a piece of million-year flame iron in the Flame Iron Mountain range. This kind of flame iron could even be used as the main material for low-tier Heaven-class weapons. Even though Li Fuchen was flying at a low altitude and wasn't fast, he was still discovered by a Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Fire Spirit Bird. Human, die. The Fire Spirit Bird was extremely fast and sprinted at Li Fuchen like a stream of fire. But before the Fire Spirit Bird could get within 1.5 miles of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into two by a blazing sword light. The giant body that was close to 2,000 feet instantly turned into a blazing fireball that could be seen clearly within a few hundred miles. Found it. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Fire Spirit Bird, and his eyes lit up as he discovered the flame snake. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he could see the entire Flame Iron Mountain range vividly. But the flame snakes were normally underground, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness would need to spend some time to discover them. Increasing his speed, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the flame snake. In an underground space, a flame snake that was over 3,000 feet long was bathing in a lava lake. The flame snake was covered with fiery red scales and looked like the embodiment of flames. The golden lava was flowing along the fiery red scales, and it made the flame snake feel very comfortable. With the spirit's soul talent to conceal his chi presence, Li Fuchen silently followed the underground crevice and arrived above the lava lake. Kill! Like a stream of light, Li Fuchen instantly appeared above the flame snake and cleaved down. Sensing the danger, the flame snake's body sank and wanted to hide in the lava lake. But it was too late. PFFFTSS. This slash was fast and very powerful. The blazing sword light was like a waterfall that cleaved on the flame snake's neck and instantly opened up a giant wound. The flame snake's body contained the Class 7 demonic beast, Flame Python's bloodline. It might be rare, but it was still a demonic king's bloodline. Otherwise, regular Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts would definitely perish under Li Fuchen's slash. SSSS. The intense pain caused the flame snake to enter a frenzied state. Its massive body tumbled and set off waves of lava. Ignoring the lava, Li Fuchen shifted to the back of the flame snake and cleaved at the wound again. This slash almost severed the spine of the flame snake. Fresh blood sprayed onto the magma lake, causing the surface of the magma lake to be ablaze with monstrous flames. Even with the chi protection, Li Fuchen could still smell the choking odor. I must not give it a chance to react. The lava lake was connected to the depths of the ground. If the flame snake dove in, Li Fuchen wouldn't dare to chase recklessly. After all, he knew nothing about the bottom of the lava lake. If a pinnacle master-level demonic beast or demon emerged, he would be in danger. Thousand incineration. A scarlet-red bubble expanded and enveloped the flame snake's head and neck. Bang! The bubble burst, and the head of the flaming serpent was separated from its body. Under the cutting and annihilation of a large amount of sword chi, the fiery red scales and flesh on its head were completely gone. Its white bones were also riddled with sword marks. It is still rather smooth. Landing beside the lava lake, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled. The flame snake's massive body was sucked out of the lava lake and landed on the hard rocky ground. If it wasn't a sneak attack, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill the flame snake so cleanly. In fact, from start to end, the flame snake didn't even have time to launch an effective attack and was tricked to death. I wonder how much metal is contained in the bone marrow of a flame snake. The flame snake loved to devour metal, and after the metal was absorbed, most of it would be fused into the scales. Only a small portion of the essence would enter the bone marrow. After being nourished by the bone marrow, the metal would have astounding chi conductivity. When the chi passed through the metal, it wouldn't be damaged and would instead greatly increase the lethality of the chi. After removing the flame snake's skin and flesh, Li Fuchen released his blazing qi and started to roast the flame snake's bones. Crackle crackle. In just a short moment, the flame snake's bones cracked open and there were some of the larger cracks that had dark red metal that looked like sand falling onto the ground. It is about time. Li Fuchen opened up the flame snake's bones and started to collect the dark red metal. 1 kilogram. 5 kilograms. 25 kilograms. Chapter 534. In the sky above the Flame Iron Mountain range, the air distorted as layers of heat waves surged up from below. So, a small team of 3 flew quickly, as if they were not worried about being targeted by demonic beasts. With Junior Wu around, we will surely be able to get rid of that fire feather wolf. Among the 3, a skinny young man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks grinned. The sallow-faced youth nodded. Junior brother Wu has already passed the 3rd level of the Guru Tower. Even among the top-notch gurus, he is a very powerful existence. In a situation where strength was similar, a body refinement martial artist's advantage of high defense and thick vitality was invincible. It was not wrong to treat a body refinement martial artist as a monster beast or a demon. Wu Tianlang said, I have also heard of the fire feather wolf. This demonic beast isn't easy to deal with, and I just passed the 3rd floor of the Master Tower a few days ago. In terms of strength, I'm afraid I am inferior to the fire feather wolf. Junior Wu doesn't have to worry. As long as you can stall the fire feather wolf, everything will be fine. The 3 of them were all peak Grand Masters. If they joined forces, they would be able to contend against a peak Grand Master level demon beast. If one of them was a peak body refining Grand Master, then they would have a high chance of killing a demon beast. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the Flame Iron Mountain range. There was a beehive mountain that was more than 2,000 zhang tall, and its entire body was filled with giant holes. From time to time, flames would shoot out of the holes on the beehive mountain, like fire dragons wreaking havoc. When the flames dispersed, clouds of thick red smoke would float to the top of the mountain, and be swallowed into the stomach of a demon wolf that was almost 2,000 feet tall and had fiery red feathers all over its body. Such good luck. This fire feather wolf is currently devouring the lava essence and fire chi. The monkey-faced youth's eyes lit up. The fire feather wolf wouldn't always appear on the surface. Most of the time, it would stay inside the beehive peak. This beehive mountain peak was very special. Even a great grandmaster would not be able to destroy it. The trio noticed the fire feather wolf, and the fire feather wolf also noticed them. The scarlet red eyes swept across the trio. The fire feather wolf's extremely high perception told him that these 3 individuals weren't as strong as him. Standing upright, the fire feather wolf's fiery red feathers extended out as it howled towards the sky. Go! Since the 3 of them had come, they did not intend to return empty-handed. So. The trio flew towards the fire feather wolf. The fire feather wolf's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as it extended its fiery red wings and flew towards the trio. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlang's blood wolf sky-trampling chi power burst out as a blood wolf spirit rose. It wasn't over yet. As he executed a fist strike, an even more powerful 9-headed dragon spirit blasted at the fire feather wolf. Boom! The fire feather wolf was stopped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Cold Teeth Blade. The monkey-faced young man pulled out his machete and slashed out. The air was filled with fangs, as if it had entered the mouth of a giant beast. Snow Soul Sword Art. The youth with the sallow complexion brandished his long sword as goose feather-like snowflakes descended from the sky. The snowflakes were flashing with cold white light. Once the snowflakes made contact with the fire feather wolf's body, they would immediately explode and turn into countless sword chi that shuttled around, cutting and freezing the fire feather wolf's body. Roar! The fire feathers on the fire feather wolf exploded and shattered the ice frost sword chi and the fanged saber chi. A horrific flame current extended in all directions and was accompanied by illusory fire feathers. Bang 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 bang, the flame current made it difficult for the trio to move. The fire feathers' power was even superior to the ice frost sword chi. Once they made contact with the trio's chi protection, there was a violent explosion and a blaze that shook the sky. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the sallow-complexioned youth and the monkey-faced young man staggered back from the explosion while their chi and blood were boiling. This fire feather wolf is much stronger than the rumors. The monkey-faced young man had an unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, the fire feather wolf wasn't weak among pinnacle masters. The trio had only become pinnacle masters in the recent 2 years, while Wu Tianlang had only become a pinnacle master in the recent month. I will stall him. The two of you wait for an opportunity to attack. The fire feathers were like a drizzle to Wu Tianlang and he was able to resist them with his chi spirit. Over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen was surprised. He had just released his spiritual awareness and saw the battle between 3 humans and a demonic beast. From the trio's attack strength, they were obviously superior to the illusory swordsmen on the 3rd floor of the Master Tower. It also meant that the trio were all pinnacle masters. If the trio had to work together to deal with a demonic beast, it would naturally be a pinnacle master level demonic beast. It is fortunate that Senior Wu Tianlang is here to stall, otherwise, the two of them would be in trouble. Li Fuchen recognized Wu Tianlang. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, there were only a few that cultivated the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp and Wu Tianlang was one of the best. Li Fuchen didn't plan to step forward and watched quietly. A battle of this level would allow Li Fuchen to have a better understanding of pinnacle masters. If he encountered them, he wouldn't misjudge the enemy's strength. Senior Wu Tianlang's body refinement should be at the completion level of the battle spirit realm. His strength is stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 3rd floor, but his defense is superior to a great master. In a life and death battle, a great master wouldn't be able to kill Senior Wu Tianlang within a short period of time. As a body refinement martial artist, Li Fuchen knew deeply about the terror of a body refinement martial artist. Killing a body refinement martial artist was the same as killing a demonic beast or demon. Even if the body refinement martial artist was 1 level stronger, it wouldn't be easy to kill the body refinement martial artist. That skinny senior brother's saber art is extremely powerful. In terms of attack power, he is 30% stronger than senior brother Wu Tianlang. Senior brother with a sallow complexion is the same as me, a sword artist. His Ice Dao sword art is very strange. Li Fuchen watched with great interest. His observation skills were extremely meticulous and he was able to see through the surface. To regular battle spirit realm masters, this was just an intense battle. But to Li Fuchen, the offense and defense of this battle had been simulated countless times in his mind. After every simulation, there would be accurate data recorded in his mind. This was also why Li Fuchen's estimation of his own strength was very accurate. After all, in terms of observation skills, Li Fuchen had already reached the primary sea realm. A primary sea realm monarch was able to see through a battle between battle spirit realm masters with a single glance. With Senior Wu Tianlang delaying the fire feather wolf, the chances of victory are around 60%. I wonder what trump card this fire feather wolf has. Howl! The fire feather wolf flapped its wings and above its head, a pair of giant flaming wings appeared. The flaming wings instantly split up and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that slashed at Wu Tianlang and the others. Bang 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 bang, there were sounds of explosions. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the other two were injured and their bodies were covered in wounds. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth didn't hesitate to burst out with his cold ice divine ability. In an instant, horrific cold chi wreaked havoc. In just a blink of the eye, fist-sized ice crystals appeared in the air. The fire feather wolf that was at the center of the cold chi instantly extinguished the flames on its body. A layer of frost covered its body and in just a few blinks of the eye, the fire feather wolf was frozen in a giant block of ice. Wind blade slash. The monkey-faced youth roared out and burst out with the wind spirit power as he executed the wind spirit divine ability. There was a pale green crescent wind blade that appeared in the air and slashed at the fire feather wolf. Visible to the naked eye, there was a smooth cut in the air as though the air had been slashed apart. Chapter 535. Kacha. The light cyan crescent wind blade struck the ice block, and a large crack immediately appeared on the ice block. The crescent wind blade was like the wind as it drilled into the crack. In the next moment, a pale green radiance seeped out from the crack, accompanied by countless amounts of blood. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlang's attack followed closely behind. He raised his right hand up high and slashed down fiercely. The domineering 9-headed dragon spirit instantly shattered the ice into pieces. Whoosh! Blood-red flames surged into the sky. The fire feather wolf's body was bathed in blood while its eyes were icy cold and violent. It had been a long time since he had been injured. He did not expect that 3 people who were weaker than him could actually injure him when they joined hands. Bloodthirsty fire wings. The fire feather wolf's fiery red feathers instantly turned blood red. There was a flash of blood light as the fire feather wolf appeared in front of the young man and brandished its claw. The monkey-faced youth quickly swung his saber to block the attack. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the monkey-faced youth was directly sent flying. Chi! In the process of being hit and sent flying, a dry wound suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the monkey-faced youth, but no blood splashed out. Be careful, his claws can suck blood, and his speed has increased. The monkey-faced young man said in shock. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth executed his icy cold divine ability again and enveloped the fire feather wolf with endless icy cold air. Bang! The ice block exploded, and a blood-red flame rushed toward the sallow-faced youth. His icy cold divine ability had failed. Right now, the fire feather wolf's demonic chi and speed had reached a higher level. The icy cold chi wasn't able to freeze him and would be blasted by the blood-colored flames. Horizontally, the 9-headed dragon's aura blocked the blood-colored flames. Among the 3 of them, only Wu Tianlang could clash with the fire feather wolf. The other 2 couldn't. Bang 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 bang, after exchanging a few moves, Wu Tianlang was sent flying by a claw strike. It was fortunate that the fire feather wolf's claw didn't break through his defense and was weakened by the chi spirit. The remaining force wasn't enough to tear his flesh. However, Wu Tianlang felt that the skin where he was touched was a little dry. The other party's claws did not need to tear open the wound and could directly suck blood. What a strange talent. Wu Tianlang frowned. This is bad. 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the trio wasn't a match for the fire feather wolf. When the fire feather wolf executed its special innate ability, it would get stronger in close combat and the trio wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think of rushing over to help. His strength was only at the elite master level and he would be abused if he went over. As for defense, he wasn't comparable to Wu Tianlang. Only the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes could be of some use. Fine, I'll help out. If I can't, don't blame me. From over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shot out a spiritual awareness spike from his forehead. To others, it was a fantasy to launch a spiritual awareness attack from over 1,000 miles away, but to Li Fuchen, over 1,000 miles was still within his attack range. Pop! The spiritual awareness attack was extremely fast and instantly pierced into the fire feather wolf's head. Roar! The fire feather wolf had a splitting headache and the blood-red feathers on its body had turned fiery red. It was obvious that maintaining one's innate ability consumed one's mind. When the demon spirit was attacked, its innate ability would automatically disintegrate. The trio didn't know that Li Fuchen was helping and thought that it was the fire feather wolf's bloodline backlash. Go! A torrential rain of attacks poured down. Damn it, who is it? The fire feather wolf's body was riddled with injuries as he scanned with his spiritual awareness. As a pinnacle existence among the Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts, the fire feather wolf's spiritual awareness had a range of over 1,000 miles. But when his spiritual awareness scanned Li Fuchen's location, he couldn't detect Li Fuchen. No one. The fire feather wolf was bewildered. There were only 3 reasons why his spiritual sense couldn't detect the other party. Firstly, the other party was not within the range of his spiritual sense. Secondly, the other party had a perfect way to hide his aura. Unless he looked with the naked eye, he wouldn't be able to sense him with his spiritual sense. Thirdly, the other party's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It could isolate his spiritual sense and make him unable to detect any abnormalities. No matter which one it was extremely terrifying. It's beyond the range of his spiritual sense to be able to injure his demon spirit. What kind of spiritual sense attack is this? If one had a way to perfectly conceal one's aura, they would not be easy to deal with. As for the last possibility, it meant that the spiritual awareness was already at the primary sea realm. Count yourselves lucky. The fire feather wolf turned and flew towards the beehive peak and instantly entered. Damn it, he escaped. The monkey-faced youth was rather unhappy. The sallow youth said, the fire feather wolf is harder to deal with than we imagined. If it wasn't for the bloodline backlash, it would be hard for us to escape unscathed. Wu Tianlang nodded. To deal with the fire feather wolf, it will be hard to kill him unless 5 pinnacle masters or 1 great master are dispatched. The monkey-faced youth said helplessly, no wonder the mission to kill the fire feather wolf has a reward of 120,000 contribution coins. Furthermore, there is a note that it is best to form a team with at least 3 pinnacle masters. Missions were divided into individual missions and group missions. Individual missions had a reward of 30,000 contribution coins, and if someone was to form a team, everyone would be able to obtain very little contribution coins. According to the difficulty of a group mission, the contribution coins reward would normally be at least 3 times that of an individual mission. Of course, if you felt that you were strong enough, you could do a group mission by yourself. But if you died, you couldn't blame anyone else. The thorn of spiritual awareness is rather effective, but it is mainly because I have cultivated it to the perfection rank. Li Fuchen nodded with satisfaction. With the thorn of spiritual awareness, even if Li Fuchen encountered a pinnacle master, he would be able to contest, unless the opponent also cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique. I am lacking 1 more flame snake. I shall use this flame snake to test the effects of the thorn of spiritual awareness and 1,000 illusion eyes in combat. Li Fuchen turned around and left to search for the second flame snake. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the second flame snake at a depth of 10,000 meters. This flame snake maintained its human form and its skin was covered with red snake scales. It looked stronger than the first flame snake. SSSSSS, after seeing Li Fuchen, the flame snake didn't escape. Instead, it extended its slender tongue and licked its lips. It has been a long time since I tasted a human. I wonder how does your flesh and blood taste? Is that so? After activating the thorn of spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's forehead shot out a sharp thorn. Roar! The flame snake had a painful expression and burst out with demonic chi. 1,000 illusion eyes. Li Fuchen's eyes had a kaleidoscope of complex colors as he swept a glance at the flame snake. In the next moment, the flame snake's eyes turned blurry and its body turned sluggish. Flowing flame edge. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the flaming sword light circled around the flame snake's neck. There was a pfff sound as a massive head flew up. Right at this moment, the flame snake woke up and the demonic spirit flew out from the head. It wanted to escape, but when the flaming sword light slashed, the demonic spirit was instantly turned into ashes. Chapter 536. After the flame snake died, it could no longer maintain its human form. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame snake corpse. Step by step, Li Fuqian extracted the metal from the flame snake's skeleton. This flaming snake provided 68 gene of bone marrow gold. The bone marrow gold was much more precious than the 10,000-year flame iron. If a treasure sword that weighed more than 500 gene was mixed with 5 gene of bone marrow gold, the sword's performance would be greatly improved. Time to go back. Digging out the flame snake's demon core, Li Fuqian took a glance and prepared to leave. In the corner of the underground space, Li Fuqian saw a faint fiery red glow. Walking over, Li Fuqian cleaved down with his palm. Bang! The rock exploded, and a piece of metal the size of a calf flew up, emitting a fiery red glow. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old flame iron. It was clearly a 10,000-year-old flame iron. Only 10,000-year-old flame iron would emit a fiery red light. 1,000-year-old flame iron would only emit a faint red light. This piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron was only the size of a calf, but it weighed a staggering 1,500 kilograms. Even a regular Origin Realm martial artist would find it difficult to lift it. A piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron and some bone marrow gold would be enough to forge a high-rank Earth-grade weapon. It's just lacking some gold. Balance gold was known as the most versatile metal in the world. Its function was very simple. It was to perfectly combine two or more types of metals without any conflict. At the same time, it was also one of the most expensive metals. The flaming snake sword in Li Fuqian's hand was a few thousand kilograms in weight, but it was only mixed with less than one tael of balance metal. Even so, half of the flaming serpent sword's value came from the balance metal. The 10,000-year flame iron and the bone marrow metal only took up the other half. Perhaps I can collect some 10,000-year flame iron. Previously, Li Fuqian didn't intentionally search for flame irons mainly because there were too many flame irons in the Flame Iron Mountains. He didn't care about 100-year or 1,000-year flame irons, while 10,000-year flame irons were hard to find. From the looks of it, 10,000-year flame irons were probably a few thousand meters or even 10,000 meters underground. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness would only be able to scan a few hundred miles. Those that were more formidable would be able to scan up to 1,000 miles, while those that were heaven-defying might be able to reach up to a few thousand miles, but that was in the air. If he went deep underground, the range of his spiritual sense would be reduced by 100-fold. For example, it could sweep hundreds of miles in the air, but only a few miles underground. Not many people could search for 10,000-year flame iron in the depths of the earth. However, Li Fuqian was different. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness could already scan 50,000 miles and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness's range had doubled and was around 100,000 miles. It was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs with abnormally powerful spiritual awareness. Therefore, even if he was underground, the range of his spiritual sense should be able to reach 1,000 miles. Let's try it out first. Li Fuqian released his spiritual awareness to test the limits of his underground perception range. 50 li. 100 li. 1,000 li. 1,800 li. Perhaps it was because Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness was rather powerful, but the underground spiritual awareness's detection range didn't shrink by 100 times, it was only slightly more than 50 times. I wonder what it's like below a depth of 10,000 meters. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness permeated downwards. It's so difficult. The range of my soul sense is 1,800 miles below the ground, but the range of my soul sense is only a few dozen miles below the ground from 10,000 to 20,000 meters. Below 20,000 meters, I estimate it can only be a few hundred meters. Li Fuqian could sense that the underground contained a vigorous power. The deeper underground, the stronger the vigorous power. Li Fuqian reckoned that this should be the earth law. Everything had laws. However, the law power contained in regular things was too weak and couldn't be sensed. The earth was vast and boundless, and the law power produced was extremely powerful. Let alone Li Fuqian, even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't be able to deal with the earth law of a low-class continent. Bang! In this underground space, there wasn't just one piece of 10,000-year flame iron. When Li Fuqian released his spiritual awareness earlier, he noticed 3 pieces of 10,000-year flame iron in this underground space. The rock exploded and Li Fuqian extracted the 3rd piece of 10,000-year flame iron. This piece of 10,000-year flame iron was only the size of a palm, but it was a few hundred kilograms. With a chuckle, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness reached 10,000 meters underground. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness's detection range might only be a few dozen miles below 10,000 meters, but it was enough. After all, this underground space was only a few dozen miles in size. 1 piece, 2 pieces, there were more 10,000-year flame irons between 10,000 to 15,000 meters. In this underground space, there were 7 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was around the same size as Li Fuqian and was probably a few tens of thousands of kilograms. But it was rather troublesome to extract them. Without a choice, Li Fuqian drew the flaming snake sword and cleaved open a ravine. Some of the deeper ones required 7 to 8 slashes or even a few dozen slashes. Forget it if it's below 15,000 meters. Li Fuqian had to spend a lot of effort to extract the 10,000-year flame irons within 15,000 meters. Below 15,000 meters, even if Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness could detect them, he wouldn't be able to extract them. The soil and rocks here contained concentrated earth law. It wasn't like the ground, where a simple slash could create a deep ravine. Unless this underground space had a natural crack that connected to the ground. But it was a pity that this underground space didn't have such a natural crack. After returning to the surface, Li Fuqian released his spiritual awareness to search for other underground spaces. In just a short moment, Li Fuqian found the second underground space. The depth of this underground space was around 12,000 meters. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness had only discovered its existence after entering the entrance of the underground space. Forcefully seeping down from the surface would consume too much of his spiritual awareness and it wasn't necessary. In this underground space, Li Fuqian found a total of 9 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was the size of 2 Li Fuqian and was at least 50,000 kilograms. As days passed by, Li Fuqian's harvest was increasing. The flame iron mountains spanned over 10,000 miles and there were plenty of underground spaces. Most of them were dug out by the Class 6 demonic beasts as their habitats. Of course, there were plenty that were naturally formed. There were some deeper underground spaces that Li Fuqian didn't dare to enter. The demonic beasts or demons that lived there had abnormally powerful chi presences and were obviously pinnacle master-level demonic beasts or demons. Li Fuqian might not be afraid, but he couldn't kill them either. On the 15th day, in an underground space that was 7,000 meters deep, Li Fuqian found a piece of 100,000-year flame iron. This piece of flame iron was only the size of a wash basin, but its weight was more than 2 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. It was around 15,000 kilograms and the surface was emitting a scarlet scorching radiance. The scorching radiance was abnormally tyrannical. Li Fuqian reckoned that even a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would be incinerated to death within a short period of time if they came into contact with the 100,000-year flame iron. The value of the 100,000-year flame iron is more than 100 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. This piece is probably worth at least 100,000 contribution coins. Of course, Li Fuqian wasn't planning to exchange it for contribution coins. After all, he didn't lack contribution coins. Chapter 537. By the time Li Fuqian had searched through the entire Flame Iron Mountains, 18 days had passed. During these 18 days, Li Fuqian's harvest was abnormally abundant. He found 1.5 million kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron and only 1 piece of 100,000-year flame iron which was 16,000 kilograms. According to the Red Rainbow sect's exchange rate, 5 kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 1 contribution coin. 5 kilograms of 100,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 100 contribution coins. Li Fuchen's harvest of flame iron had a total value of around 300,000 contribution coins. If the other inner sect disciples knew of Li Fuchen's battle achievements, they would probably be extremely jealous. They would risk their lives and wouldn't be able to earn a few contribution coins in a year. Li Fuchen spent 18 days in the Red Bronze Mountains and earned 300,000 contribution coins. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Indeed, it was infuriating to compare oneself with others. If a certain aspect was outstanding, it would give a huge advantage to the martial artist. If a certain aspect was outstanding, the advantage would be irreparable. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with elite primary sea realm monarchs, Li Fuchen's advantage was naturally unimaginable for battle spirit realm masters. Regular primary sea realm monarchs would be left in the dust. If Li Fuchen couldn't earn contribution coins easily, then primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be any better than Li Fuchen. After returning to the Red Rainbow City, Li Fuchen had a good meal. The meat provided in this restaurant was very high grade. The meat made from level 5 demonic beasts was the most common kind. The meat made from level 6 demonic beasts was the real signature dish. However, if one wanted to eat a level 6 banquet, one would need at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Fuchen had a few tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, but he couldn't afford to eat class 6 banquets every day. It was hard to imagine the income of the inns for a year. Of course, the larger businesses in the Red Rainbow City were basically owned by the Red Rainbow sect. Only some small businesses would be owned by others. The inns were obviously not considered small businesses, and all the spirit stones earned would belong to the Red Rainbow sect. No one dared to be envious and open their own inns. After eating half of the Class 6 banquet, Li Fuchen's body was heating up and his qi and blood were nourished. Look, Senior Yuan Long is here. The demonic beast he is carrying is at least at the pinnacle master level. It is the terrain violent bear. Even among the pinnacle master level demonic beasts, it is an extremely formidable existence. It is a pity that it encountered Senior Yuan Long. The street in front of the restaurant was incomparably wide. But at this moment, a huge shadow enveloped the area, plunging everything within a radius of several thousand zhang into darkness. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw a stalwart youth flying over while carrying a 7,000 feet demonic beast. This person is Senior Brother Yuan Long. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Yuan Long was one of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. He had the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was at the perfection of the battle spirit realm. His strength was at the great master level. Shopkeeper Mo, how many spirit stones is this terrain violent bear worth? Yuan Long floated in midair and said in a clear voice. A gray-haired middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the terrain violent bear and said, "This terrain violent bear contains the terrain violent dragon's bloodline. One of them is worth 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary 6th level demonic beasts were only worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If one's body contained the bloodline of a demonic king, its value would instantly soar. If the density of the demonic monarch's bloodline was very high, the value would be even higher. The concentration of the Terra Tyrannosaurus's bloodline depended on its strength. The Terra Tyrannosaurus bear's strength was close to that of a martial grandmaster. Naturally, the concentration of its Terra Tyrannosaurus bloodline was very high. Alright, I shall sell it to you. Yuan Long laughed heartily. Send it to the slaughterhouse then. This place cannot accommodate it. The gray-haired middle-aged man said. Soon enough, Yuan Long carried the corpse of the terrain violent bear and left. After knowing that the corpses of the Class 6 demonic beasts were so valuable, Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. The 2 flame snakes that he killed contained the demonic monarch flame python's bloodline. The bloodline density might be very low, but it was still worth over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2 flame snakes would be 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was a pity for him to abandon them. But if he was carrying 2 flame snakes, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Storage bags that could store the corpses of Class 6 demonic beasts were probably rare even for primary Sea Realm monarchs. It was fortunate that Li Fuqian had extracted the demonic cores of the flame snakes. The demonic cores of Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts were still very valuable and were even more valuable than the corpses of the demonic beasts. I am full. 2 hours later, Li Fuqian had finished the entire table of Class 6 banquets. With Li Fuqian's current cultivation realm, he didn't need to eat for an entire month. But if he wanted to eat, a single meal would be 100 times more than a regular martial artist. In terms of food energy, a single meal would be 10,000 or 100,000 times more than a regular martial artist. Furthermore, this wasn't his limit. At his level, there wasn't a need to excrete. The excess substances would be refined into impurities and excreted. It also meant that unless the energy consumed exceeded Li Fuqian's endurance limit, he would be able to continue eating. The reincarnation realm was already inhuman. At the battle spirit realm, it was even more so. Apart from retaining the human form, the other aspects had already surpassed regular humans. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Fuqian left the Red Rainbow City and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. After handing over the bone marrow metal, Li Fuqian obtained 10,000 contribution coins and an additional 21 kilograms of bone marrow metal. My current strength should be around 40% to 50% stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor of the Master Tower. I reckon that if I want to pass the 3rd floor and reach the Pinnacle Master Realm, my strength will need to be twice as strong as the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor. The difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters was extremely huge and could easily be twice as strong. From what everyone said, the difference between pinnacle masters and great masters was even greater. In short, the further one progressed, the more ridiculous it would be. By then, it would be useless to rely on Earth-class manuals and one would have to rely on one's innate talent. Regular 7-star special bone frames would be a little forceful and would need to be those extremely formidable 7-star special bone frames. Of course, 8-star bone frames were fine and it didn't matter what kind of bone frame it was. After all, 8-star bone frames would have 8 bone frame patterns. Furthermore, the divine abilities awakened by 8-star bone frames were extremely incredible and belonged to the high-class divine abilities. Let's not bother about such distant matters first. Increasing my cultivation level is the most important thing. Li Fuqian had used up all the red rainbow elixirs that the sect rewarded him and stabilized his cultivation at the later stage of the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm. Li Fuqian still had some Perception Dao elixirs and he was planning to break through to the 32nd rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. This was the only way for him to increase his cultivation speed and it was best to reach the highest rank as soon as possible. Time elapsed without anyone noticing. The path of the martial Dao was long and lonely. If it wasn't cultivation, it would be battles or searching for resources. Kinship, friendship, and love were all neglected. This was the price of cultivating the martial Dao. It was heavy but worth pursuing. Normal people might have kinship, friendship, and love, but a busy life would only last for 100 years. In the long river of time, there wouldn't be any traces left behind. Since he had chosen the martial Dao, he had to be single-minded and let nature take its course. There was no need to force anything. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuqian was 30 years old. Chapter 538. On the 2nd floor of the Master Tower, Flowing Flame Edge. The extremely agile blazing sword light flashed across the illusory swordsman's body. Immediately after, the illusory swordsman collapsed and exploded. I only used 50% of my strength to defeat the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor. Perhaps I can pass the third floor this time. Earlier on, Li Fuchen didn't even activate the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. He didn't even use the blazing flame power and merely relied on his cultivation technique and sword art to defeat the illusory swordsman on the second floor. As compared to the previous time he challenged the Master Tower, he had improved tremendously and was almost twice as strong. The reason why he was able to improve was because his cultivation had reached the third level of Battle Spirit Realm and his cultivation technique had broken through to the 32nd rank. He was only one rank away from the highest rank. Furthermore, his sword art might still be at the trance stage, but the details were more mystical and unpredictable. It was already at the limit of this sword art, and if he improved further, it would be a quasi-heaven class sword art. Ordinary people were 30 years old and Li Fuchen was considered to have some achievements. Arriving at the third floor, Li Fuchen instantly activated the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. The blazing flame power surged out and fused into the bronze sword chi. Right at this moment, the illusory swordsman appeared and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he countered with his sword. Clang! There was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen and the illusory swordsman each took over a dozen steps back. The duo clashed forcefully and were considered to be evenly matched. As expected, my attack power isn't inferior to the illusory swordsman. Li Fuchen said to himself. Clang 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 clang, the illusory swordsman's movement speed and sword speed were extremely fast. In every breath, it would be able to execute dozens of swords. Furthermore, the angle of each sword was natural and extremely smooth. Such sword art proficiency was already considered perfect at the Battle Spirit Realm. But in terms of sword art proficiency, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't inferior to anyone. With the spiritual awareness of an elite primary sea realm monarch, Li Fuchen couldn't tolerate any flaws in his sword art. Because a trace of flaw would be magnified by his spiritual awareness and would become abnormally ugly. It was just like bacteria. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If they could see it, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate so many bacteria on their body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to solve the problem of bacteria, but Li Fuchen was able to resolve the sword art's crudeness. It didn't matter how fast the illusory swordsman's sword was, or how exquisite the sword art's attack trajectory was, it was unable to break Li Fuchen's sword art defense. At this moment, the duo didn't have time to execute their sword art's kill move. After all, to use a killer move, one needed to accumulate power. The moment he gathered his strength, he would most likely be hit by his opponent. My attack power is about the same as his. Even if I win, I will only be at the level of a top-notch grandmaster. If my strength is higher, I can force him to retreat with one sword move, and then suppress or even kill him with a sword technique. When the attack power was about the same, it would depend on the sword skills. If the opponent's sword skills were slightly inferior, Li Fuchen would still be able to find an opportunity to execute his kill move. It was a pity that the opponent's sword skills were extremely proficient and Li Fuchen wasn't able to find an opportunity for now. 100 moves. 200 moves. This battle was even more intense and dangerous than the battle with the Silver Sword Guild's Emperor-class disciple, Sun Tianyi. In every split second, Li Fuchen would have to make thousands of judgments. He would have to judge which angle the opponent's sword was coming from and if the opponent's sword was a feint or a real move. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into a disadvantage. The battle to his heart's content had allowed Li Fuchen's spirit to be unprecedentedly concentrated. His sword speed had increased, and with the increase in sword speed, the sword force would naturally increase as well. This was the difference between a flesh and blood life form and an erase life form. A flesh and blood life form could perform exceptionally in special situations, but an erase life form was fixed and the strength would always be at a subtle level. It was impossible to perform exceptionally, of course, it was also impossible to perform abnormally. After repelling the illusory swordsman's sword, Li Fuchen yelled out, "Flowing flame edge." The sword was like water and the sword was like fire. It flowed along the illusory swordsman's body with extreme speed. PFFF. The illusory swordsman collapsed. I finally won. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. After a long period of bitter cultivation, his strength had finally reached the pinnacle master level. One shouldn't underestimate the difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters. Pinnacle masters were pinnacle masters. Normally, pinnacle masters were already at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. The so-called great masters and monarch-class masters were special existences and had nothing to do with potential. In the eyes of most people, pinnacle masters were the symbol of strength. As long as primary sea realm monarchs didn't appear, they would be able to roam freely anywhere. I have already cultivated 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. I might as well cultivate another one. During the long period of time, Li Fuchen had redeemed 2 more Earth-class peak-tier sword arts and had cultivated them to the trance stage. At the current stage, apart from Heaven-class sword arts, no other sword arts were able to enhance Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength, but they could increase Li Fuchen's sword Dao foundation. With a deep sword Dao foundation, it would definitely be much easier for him to encounter Heaven-class sword arts in the future. For the 5th Earth-class peak-tier sword art, Li Fuchen chose the Grand Wind sword art. This sword art was a Wind Dao sword art. It wasn't just powerful, it was fast too. Furthermore, it didn't conflict with Fire Dao Qi. With the accumulation from the first 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the 5th sword art was astounding. In just over a month, Li Fuchen had comprehended the Grand Wind sword art to the trance stage. When he brandished his sword, the sword light was like the wind, the sword chi was like the wind, the sword field was like the wind, and the sword intent was like the wind. As long as the wind existed, the sword chi would exist. The bitingly cold and bold sword chi was like a divine wind that descended into the world. The sword prowess was astounding. What surprised Li Fuchen was that with the stimulation from the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents, Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was finally pushed to the Earth-class peak-tier. Furthermore, it seemed to be superior to the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents. The initial meteor sword art was only a mystic-class low-tier sword art. Just like Li Fuchen, it rose up from insignificance. Swish! In the sky, there was a stream of light that shot straight into the clouds. The extremely condensed sword intent would cause one's mind to tremble, and it was hair-raising. It felt as though there was nothing that couldn't be penetrated by this sword and no one could dodge it. When the sword was brandished, the sword intent had already penetrated. What a great meteor sword art! Li Fuchen reckoned that just one move of the meteor sword art was able to increase his strength by a little, and it was something that other sword arts couldn't achieve. I have already cultivated all the sword arts that are suitable for me. The rest of the sword arts aren't suitable for me. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class faction, but they only had over a dozen Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Most of the attributes weren't suitable for him, like the Water Dao sword art or the Thunder Dao sword art. The sword arts that Li Fuchen chose were either Fire Dao sword arts, Wind Dao sword arts, or Neutral sword arts. I can accept a Pinnacle Master mission now. Chapter 539. Has no one completed the Fire Feather Wolf mission? On a mission wall in the inner sect mission hall, Li Fuchen was rather astonished when he saw the mission list. Li Fuchen knew that Pinnacle Master missions were hard to complete, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. After thinking about it, there might not be any great masters who accepted this mission. If it was just a Pinnacle Master, it would require at least 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters to complete it. The Red Rainbow sect only had over 20 Pinnacle Masters, and each of them had their own plans. It wasn't that easy to gather 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters. As for why the Great Masters didn't accept this mission, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was due to the Red Rainbow sect's unspoken rule. If the low-level missions were completed by the higher-level individuals, then the lower-level individuals wouldn't be able to accept any decent missions and wouldn't be able to temper themselves. Then I shall accept it. Li Fuchen tore off the mission slip. With the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes, he wasn't considered a regular pinnacle master anymore. The rest of the pinnacle masters might have cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes, but they might not be at the perfection rank. Even if they were at the perfection rank, the power they could execute wouldn't be as powerful as Li Fuchen. They would only be able to slightly affect the opponent's strength and wouldn't be able to play a crucial role. Junior Fuchen accepted the Fire Feather Wolf mission. What? Did you see wrongly? How can I see wrongly? He tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip. Could Junior Fuchen already have the strength of a pinnacle master? Are you stupid? If he can accept a pinnacle master mission, he is naturally a pinnacle master. That's right, that's right. I nearly forgot about this. But it shouldn't be. The Fire Feather Wolf mission is already a first-grade pinnacle master mission. Without 3 to 5 pinnacle masters working together, it is impossible to complete it. Perhaps he has already formed a team. Li Fuchen wasn't considered famous in the inner sect, but he wasn't a nobody either. Many people recognized him, and when he tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip, it instantly attracted plenty of attention. Everyone was shocked at Li Fuchen's rapid improvement in strength and felt rather strange about Li Fuchen's actions. The Fire Feather Wolf mission wasn't simple. It was fine if they were in a team, but if they were alone, it would be asking for trouble and might even be life-threatening. Previously, Senior Gao Hang, whose strength was only inferior to the 3 direct monarch class disciples and was ranked top 5 among the pinnacle masters in the Red Rainbow sect, was conceited with his superior strength. He headed to the Red Copper Continent's Flame Iron Mountains alone and planned to kill the Fire Feather Wolf. But in the end, he was severely injured and returned in a miserable state. He had become a joke for a moment. No matter how much Li Fuchen improved, it was already incredible for him to become a pinnacle master. It was basically impossible for him to eliminate the Fire Feather Wolf by himself. As such, everyone unanimously believed that Li Fuchen must have formed a team. However, they didn't know who Li Fuchen had formed a team, as there weren't a lot of pinnacle masters left in the Red Rainbow sect. You're asking for trouble. In front of a mission wall in the depths of the mission hall, a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes sneered. Senior Brother Gao, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Wan chuckled and mocked. Lu Wan, are you mocking me? Gao Hang stared at Lu Wan with gloomy eyes. Lu Wan said, I am just speaking the truth. What is there to mock? She had some grudges with Gao Hang and they had always been at odds. Others were fearful of Gao Hang and didn't dare to mock him, but she did. In terms of strength, she might only be a regular pinnacle master, but as a body refinement martial artist, it wasn't that easy for Gao Hang to defeat her. I would like to see how he is going to complete this mission. Lu Wan, since you are so confident in him, why don't we make a bet? The loser will automatically hand over 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gao Hang grinned and said. Lu Wan frowned after hearing the statement. She simply didn't like Gao Hang and wanted to disgust him. If she made a bet with Gao Hang, wouldn't she lose for sure? Why? You don't dare. If you don't dare, then cut the crap. Gao Hang spoke bluntly. Why not? Let's make the bet. Lu Wan gritted her teeth. She decided to follow behind Li Fuchen in the dark. If Li Fuchen couldn't deal with the Fire Feather Wolf, she would go and help. Gao Hang sized up Lu Wan and said, I know what you are thinking. It doesn't matter, I will allow you to go and help. Even if Li Fuchen and Lu Wan worked together, Gao Hang didn't think they could deal with the Fire Feather Wolf. Let's wait and see. Lu Wan didn't say anything else. Overestimating yourself. Gao Hang curled his lips. Let alone the two of them, even if 3 to 5 pinnacle masters worked together, it would be hard to complete this mission. Of course, he wouldn't allow 3 to 5 pinnacle masters to help Li Fuchen, as it would be too risky. I will personally observe the battle and I believe you won't be able to play any tricks. Gao Hang said in his heart. After tearing off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip, Li Fuchen walked towards the teleportation plaza. Behind him, Lu Wan and Gao Hang followed one after another. Li Fuchen didn't mind and thought that the duo were also heading to the teleportation plaza. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen teleported to the Red Copper Continent's Red Rainbow City. Just as Li Fuchen stepped off the teleportation platform, it lit up again and Lu Wan appeared. Immediately after, Gao Hang appeared as well. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt something was wrong. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen flew towards the Flame Iron Mountains. Why are they following me? Li Fuchen frowned along the way. Originally, he thought that the duo were just passing by the Red Copper Continent and shouldn't be related to him. Right now, even if he was a fool, he would know that the duo were following him. Senior brothers and senior sisters, why are you following me? Li Fuchen transmitted a message. Just do your mission and don't need to bother about me. Gao Hang said indifferently. Lu Wan said, I made a bet with him. We are betting if you can deal with the Fire Feather Wolf. If you can't, we will work together to deal with the Fire Feather Wolf and it will be considered as my win. Using me to make a bet? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. How was she any different from a monkey in a circus? What if I don't do this mission for now? Li Fuchen asked. Lu Wan said apologetically, it is indeed my fault to use you to make a bet. If Junior doesn't like it, I will immediately return. It doesn't matter even if I lose. If she was in Li Fuchen's shoes, she wouldn't be happy either. Li Fuchen said, forget it, if senior sister is willing to follow me then so be it. If he was to give up this mission for now, he would seem to be too petty. Since he didn't have any shameful secrets, no matter how precious the bronze sword essence was, it was only equivalent to a 7-star secret technique. If it was exposed, then so be it. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never go all out in front of others. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others arrived in the vicinity of the Honeycomb Peak. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as the Fire Feather Wolf was absorbing the lava essence and fire chi on the Honeycomb Peak. Damn humans, don't let me seize the opportunity, otherwise, I will devour all of you. The Fire Feather Wolf was extremely enraged. These humans might not be able to do anything to him, but it was also difficult for him to devour them. As of now, he hadn't devoured any of the humans that came to look for trouble with him. Chapter 540. The Fire Feather Wolf extended its wings and flew in front of Li Fuchen. Human, it's useless to regret now. Die. A violent stream of flames erupted, and flaming feathers filled the sky. Li Fuchen didn't dare to let Huiyu get close to him. He brandished his sword and slashed out a Grand Wind. The Grand Wind sword art was a Wind Dao sword art. The sword chi was like a violent wind that was wreaking havoc in the sky. Before the fire feathers could even get close to Li Fuchen, they had already exploded. The exquisite and heroic sword art only made Li Fuchen's body sway a little, but he didn't retreat. What an exquisite sword technique! Lu Wan's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be as formidable as those elite individuals, but in terms of exquisiteness, it wasn't inferior at all. In terms of the exquisiteness of his sword art, Li Fuchen was at least top 3. What's the use of exquisite swordsmanship? Its power is only at the level of an ordinary top-level master. Gao Hang sneered. Fire wings split. The Fire Feather Wolf didn't mind as its chi presence flourished even more. A pair of giant illusory flaming wings appeared behind its back. In an instant, the flaming wings disintegrated and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that shot at Li Fuchen. As compared to the fire wings, the power of these fire wings was at least 30% stronger. Each of the fire wings was like an extremely condensed demonic chi bullet and had exceptional lethality. Even when Li Fuchen executed the flowing flame sword style, it was still hard for him to block. He staggered back while his chi and blood were boiling. Strange, why isn't he injured? Gao Hang was rather astonished. Logically, the Fire Feather Wolf's first move should have injured Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen merely shook a little and didn't take half a step back. Now that the Fire Feather Wolf had executed its finishing move, Li Fuchen was only in a slightly pathetic state. How could he know that Li Fuchen was on the path of dual cultivation? Unless Li Fuchen's strength was superior to Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be easy to injure Li Fuchen. Otherwise, why would Li Fuchen challenge the Fire Feather Wolf alone? His confidence didn't just come from the thorn of spiritual awareness and the thousand illusion eyes. Interesting, your body is quite strong. The Fire Feather Wolf glanced at Li Fuchen's body. Naturally, the other party's physique was no match for his. However, his attack had managed to break through the other party's swordsmanship and jinqi barrier. In the end, when the attack landed on the other party's body, it was only left with 10 to 20% of its power, which was easily blocked by a layer of golden blood energy. As expected of a dual cultivator. Lu Wan praised in her heart. In her opinion, Li Fuchen's body refinement should have reached the battle spirit realm, otherwise, his body defense wouldn't be this tough. Bloodthirsty Fire Wings. Finally, the Fire Feather Wolf executed a killer move. He had two innate abilities. One was the Flame Wings Split, and the other was the Bloodthirsty Flame Wings. The former had a high attack density, while the latter focused on close combat and had a lifesteal ability. Its feathers turned blood red while the Fire Feather Wolf's chi presence increased drastically again. There was a flash of blood light as its body instantly turned illusory. It's almost time. After testing the limits of his strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. A sharp spiritual awareness thorn was shot out from his glabella and was accurately shot at the Fire Feather Wolf who was shifting through the void. Roar! The Fire Feather Wolf let out a miserable cry as the blood-red feathers on its body started to fade and gradually turned fiery red. Spiritual awareness attack secret technique? Lu Wan was already preparing to interfere and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly do this. Spiritual awareness attacks are so powerful. Gao Hang's expression turned gloomy. He also cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness, but the power wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. It wasn't even 10% of Li Fuchen's power. The Fire Feather Wolf possessed a concentrated demonic beast king, the Heaven Fire Wolf's bloodline, and the demonic beast spirit had the protection of the bloodline power. Gao Hang's thorn of spiritual awareness was only able to make the Fire Feather Wolf feel a little discomfort and wasn't able to injure the demonic beast spirit. He reckoned that even if his thorn of spiritual awareness was at the perfection rank, it would only be equivalent to 20% of Li Fuchen's power. Spiritual awareness secret techniques were never mainstream and were only used as support. Only those individuals with abnormally powerful spirit-soul aptitude would be able to truly utilize the lethal power of spiritual awareness secret techniques. In this world, if the bone frame was the trunk of a tree, then the various aptitudes were the branches. Like spirit-soul aptitude, illusion aptitude, or some other unpopular aptitudes. He actually possesses spirit-soul aptitude. Gao Hang let out a gloomy breath. Spirit-soul aptitude was vaguely on par with the bone frame. As for illusion aptitude, it was far inferior. If the spirit-soul aptitude was strong, then all aspects would be strong, just like the bone frame. If the spirit-soul aptitude was strong, then only the illusion Tao would be strong. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had shocked Gao Hang, then Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had flabbergasted Gao Hang. Li Fuchen's eyes were like a kaleidoscope that was filled with complicated colors. A tyrannical hallucination chi presence followed Li Fuchen's gaze and enveloped the Fire Feather Wolf. In the next moment, the Fire Feather Wolf's chi presence turned sluggish and wasn't as explosive as before. Flowing Flame Edge. When brandishing his sword, a flowing flaming sword light wrapped around the Fire Feather Wolf. PFFF. A deep sword wound appeared on the Fire Feather Wolf's body and blood sprayed out. Such tough defense. Li Fuchen wasn't even able to kill the Fire Feather Wolf that was trapped in an illusion. It was hard to imagine how strong the fire feather wolf's defense would be once it woke up. The fire feather wolf woke up in advance due to the intense pain. "You are the one that attacked me that day." The fire feather wolf's eyes revealed fear as it turned and fled. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was exactly the same as the spiritual awareness attack that day. No matter how foolish the fire feather wolf was, it knew that the situation wasn't good. "Do you think you can escape?" Li Fuchen activated the thorn of spiritual awareness again and immediately enveloped the fire feather wolf with the 1,000 illusion eyes. This time, the fire feather wolf didn't look at Li Fuchen directly. After struggling for a moment, it immediately broke free from the illusion. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen's attack was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. When executing the meteor sword art, the power was increased by 10%. The dazzling stream of light seemed to ignore the distance between the human and the beast as it instantly penetrated the fire feather wolf's body. PFFF. The penetrated area was like a melted candle. A giant black hole that was over a dozen meters appeared and the flesh inside had been incinerated into nothingness by the meteor sword intent. The fire feather wolf's body might be a few thousand feet in size and it would be 1,000 meters in terms of meters. But a black hole that was over a dozen meters wasn't considered a light injury to the fire feather wolf. Such a wound was just like a 2-finger-wide and deep bloody hole on a human's body. Roar. The fire feather wolf's roar had changed. As the void shook, the fire feather wolf's body was glowing with light. A desolate blazing chi presence burst out and there was a vague image of a ferocious wolf that was bathed in flames. At the moment of life and death, the fire feather wolf chose to ignite the sky fire wolf's bloodline. Not every demonic beast could ignite their bloodline. As a fire Dao demonic beast and with the dense sky fire wolf's bloodline, it had this ability. Chapter 541. After burning the sky fire wolf's bloodline, the fire feather wolf stopped fleeing and turned around to shoot a fire pillar at Li Fuchen. This fire pillar was too powerful. It was initially a few meters in thickness but had expanded to a few hundred meters in the blink of the eye. Once the dazzling fire pillar appeared, all the water in the radius of a few dozen miles had been evaporated. The ground had instantly turned into a desert and the mountains had been eroded. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Lu Wan and Gao Heng felt a huge threat. Gao Heng sneered. Back then, he was injured by this move from the fire feather wolf. The demonic beast king's bloodline was too powerful. Once it was ignited, the burst of power was enough to temporarily increase the fire feather wolf's attack power to the great master level. It was fortunate that the fire feather wolf wasn't able to control the sudden burst of power, otherwise, anyone below the great master level would be instantly killed. Not good. Li Fuchen had a huge change in expression. How could he not see that the fire feather wolf's move was already at the 4th rank of the illusory swordsman in terms of power, but it wasn't as mystical. If it wasn't mystical enough, the power would dissipate. Sword Chi Revolution. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with the Sky Ring Sword Art's defensive finishing move. Layers of sword light revolved and a sword wheel that was a few meters in size appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The sword wheel revolved and gave off a seamless and indestructible feeling. Boom! In an instant, the fire pillar drowned the sword wheel and Li Fuchen. During this period of time, Lu Wan had released the 9-headed dragon spirit to block the fire pillar for Li Fuchen. But the fire pillar was too powerful and the 9-headed dragon spirit was immediately vaporized and turned into nothingness. It was only able to neutralize 20% of the fire pillar's power. I can only do this much. Lu Wan looked worriedly at the direction where Li Fuchen was being devoured by the fire pillar. Too powerful. The sword wheel in front of Li Fuchen didn't even last for a blink of the eye and had cracks before exploding. His bronze sword chi protection had also been destroyed. The fire pillar's power was vented on the silver scale armor and his body. There was a horrifying sound like raw flesh being placed on a branding iron. PFFF. As soon as fresh blood was spat out, it was vaporized. Li Fuchen was sent flying and his body was charred. Hee, do you really think I will flee? The fire feather wolf grinned nastily. The fear that he revealed earlier was half real and half fake. He was indeed very fearful of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack and ocular technique attack, but he still had his bloodline ignition trump card, therefore, he wouldn't retreat in such a pathetic manner. Kill him, and the two of you will be next. The fire feather wolf turned around and looked at Lu Wan and Gao Hang. Burning the sky fire wolf's bloodline was too much of a loss for him. He had to eat a few more powerful humans to replenish his vitality. Lu Wan, it's best if you and I join hands. Otherwise, I might be seriously injured, but you will definitely die. Gao Hang said. Lu Wan had a gloomy expression as the situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen was still pursuing the fire feather wolf, but in the next moment, it was unknown if Li Fuchen was dead or alive. It didn't matter if she lost the bet, but she felt pity for Li Fuchen. This move is quite powerful, but it's a pity that it can't kill me. Far away, the charred Li Fuchen raised his left hand and the healing ring emitted an intense green halo. A layer of charred substance fell off and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered. The fire feather wolf's fire pillar was extremely powerful and Li Fuchen was instantly severely injured. Without the healing ring, it would be good if Li Fuchen's combat strength was left with 30% to 40%. But before he came, he had already considered all sorts of situations and it was impossible for him to be unprepared. This healing ring was able to heal even Zhao Wujin's Dantian, therefore, it was naturally easy for it to heal serious injuries. Impossible. The fire feather wolf's eyes were wide open. His fire pillar contained the sky fire wolf's bloodline power and the power was at least 2 times stronger. Even if it couldn't kill Li Fuchen, it would at least make Li Fuchen lose his combat strength and allow him to be killed. That ring? Gao Hang and Lu Wan could immediately see that the ring on Li Fuchen's left hand was extremely unusual. It was probably an abnormally rare healing cardinal artifact. Hit! Li Fuchen's eyes turned stern as he frenziedly circulated his spiritual awareness. In the next moment, 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out and buried into the fire feather wolf's head. The thorn of spiritual awareness could normally only be shot out 1 thorn of spiritual awareness at a time. Only Li Fuchen was able to shoot out 3 thorns of spiritual awareness at once. However, it was extremely taxing on his mind and he couldn't use it frequently. After all, he was only at the battle spirit realm and was only able to utilize his spiritual awareness. It was impossible for him to be like a primary sea realm cultivator who could control his spiritual awareness with such exquisite precision. A single thorn of spiritual awareness was enough to injure the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit. When 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out at the same time, the fire feather wolf felt that his demonic spirit was going to be penetrated. The intense pain had caused his mind to go blank. Meteor fall. The flaming snake sword was brandished and a stream of light was shot at the fire feather wolf's injured spot with astounding speed. The depth of the black hole was doubled and it went deep into the fire feather wolf's lungs. Howl! The fire feather wolf's chi presence was berserk as the demonic chi burst out without any restraint. After the demonic spirit was severely injured, the fire feather wolf was already unable to control its demonic chi. Li Fuchen didn't show any mercy and shot out another thorn of spiritual awareness. This time, it was as though he had poked a hornet's nest. The demonic chi in the fire feather wolf's body was like a volcanic eruption and was pouring out violently. It looked as though the chi prowess was bursting into the sky, but it also meant that the fire feather wolf's power was rapidly depleting. 1 thorn, 2 thorns, 3 thorns, Li Fuchen constantly shot out the thorns of spiritual awareness and vowed to destroy the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit. He could see that the fire feather wolf's physical defense was too tough and with its massive body size, it was impossible to kill the fire feather wolf within a short period of time with sword moves. Furthermore, the intense pain might stimulate the fire feather wolf to forcefully concentrate and ignite the sky fire wolf's bloodline to launch a desperate attack. Li Fuqian didn't plan to repeat the same mistake. After seeing Li Fuqian constantly shooting out spiritual awareness attacks, Lu Wan and Gao Hang took a deep cold breath. Especially Gao Hang, he knew clearly that with his spiritual awareness, he could only shoot out 3 to 4 spiritual awareness attacks within a short period of time. Any more and it would affect his condition. After all, spiritual awareness attacks were different from spiritual awareness detection. Spiritual awareness detection was to dilute the spiritual awareness and it could be withdrawn. On the other hand, spiritual awareness attacks were to gather a large amount of spiritual awareness and it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, there was no return. Each spiritual awareness attack would mean the loss of a portion of the spiritual awareness. When the loss of more than 50% of the spiritual awareness was lost, it would have a huge impact on the body. When the loss of 90% of the spiritual awareness was lost, the true spirit would have cracks and it would require 10 times or even 100 times more effort to repair it. If the loss was 100%, the true spirit would immediately collapse. If the luck was good, the true spirit would turn into the living dead. If the luck was bad, the body and spirit would be immediately extinguished. Li Fuqian was able to shoot out spiritual awareness attacks without any restraints and it naturally shocked Gao Hang. How powerful was Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness to be able to use it like this? Buzz! There was an invisible wave that spread out and the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit chi presence had completely collapsed and it fell from the sky. The demonic spirit had been forcefully torn apart by Li Fuqian. Once the demonic spirit was destroyed, it was naturally dead. Chapter 542. The fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit has been destroyed. Lu Wan and Gao Hang felt a chill in their hearts. If Li Fuqian was able to destroy the fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit, it meant that he could destroy their true spirits too. A human's true spirit might be more mystical and sturdy than a demonic beast's demonic beast spirit, but there was no difference in essence. To a certain degree, Li Fuqian could be considered a great master. They didn't have the strength to resist when facing a great master, therefore, they wouldn't be any better when facing Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian might not be able to destroy their true spirits, but it was enough to affect their condition and kill them in a single sword. After all, their defense and vitality weren't as tough as the fire feather wolf. Senior Gao, you are willing to accept the loss. You won't regret it, right? Lu Wan looked at Gao Hang. Gao Hang's face twitched. It is just 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Here. Gao Hang tossed a storage bag to Lu Wan and left with a dark expression. After Gao Hang left, Lu Wan tossed the storage bag to Li Fuqian. Junior Fuqian, these are for you. Li Fuqian waved his hand and the storage bag was blown back by an invisible force. Senior Lu, you are the one who made the bet with him. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Alright, I shall shamelessly accept it then. Lu Wan knew that absolute prodigies like Li Fuqian were very prideful and wouldn't even bother to take advantage of others. Let alone 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, even if it was 1 million contribution coins and 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqian wouldn't waver. If they wanted contribution coins and mid-grade spirit stones, they would earn it themselves. After retrieving the fire feather wolf's demonic beast core, Li Fuqian carried the giant fire feather wolf's corpse and rushed towards the Red Rainbow City. Lu Wan and Li Fuqian flew side by side. Junior Fuqian, in terms of spiritual awareness attack, even if you aren't number 1 among our Red Rainbow Sect's disciples, you are at least number 2. Lu Wan said. Li Fuqian said, oh, who is the other one? His spiritual awareness was comparable with elite primary Sea Realm monarchs. His spiritual awareness control might not be as good as primary Sea Realm monarchs, but in terms of pure power, it was at least at the primary Sea Realm. Lu Wan said, our Red Rainbow sect has 2 emperor-class disciples. One of them is Senior Bai Qiuming. Senior Bai Qiuming is the same as Junior Fuchen and is proficient in spiritual awareness attack and illusion technique attack. Bai Qiuming, 8-star spiritual eye bone frame, 7th level battle spirit chi. Senior Bai Qiuming. There was very little information regarding the two emperor-class disciples, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't understand much about Bai Qiuming. In just a short while, the duo arrived at Crimson Rainbow City. As a demonic beast at the pinnacle master level, the Fire Feather Wolf's bloodline was rather concentrated. Just the corpse was sold for 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't a small sum for Li Fuchen. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen killing the Fire Feather Wolf alone had spread throughout the inner sect. Everyone was clear of the Fire Feather Wolf's strength. Without 3 to 5 pinnacle masters, it was impossible to deal with it. Previously, the top 5 pinnacle masters, Gao Hang, was severely injured by the Fire Feather Wolf. It was imaginable how powerful the Fire Feather Wolf was. If Li Fuchen was able to kill the Fire Feather Wolf, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was at least top 5 pinnacle masters. Furthermore, anyone with a little bit of logic would understand that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just the 4th or 5th rank. After all, the 4th or 5th rank masters wouldn't be able to suppress Gao Hang. Since they couldn't even suppress Gao Hang, they naturally wouldn't be able to kill the Fire Feather Wolf. Many people guessed that Li Fuchen's strength should be top 3 and it wasn't impossible for him to be number 1. It was unknown if someone was intentionally spreading the news, but Li Fuchen's title as the number 1 person below the Great Master level had somehow spread out. Number 1 person below the Great Master level. Isn't he afraid that the wind will sprain his tongue? On a precipitous mountain peak in the Monarch district, a young woman curled her lips and sneered. On the side, there was a youth with a sharp body and stern aura who said, "This is probably intentionally spread by someone. Furthermore, it is just a false reputation. If he doesn't become a great master, so what if he is the number 1 person below the great master level?" The young woman said, "Senior Wang, with your current strength, even if you are inferior to a great master, you aren't that much weaker. I believe that you will definitely become a great master in another half a year." The stern youth shook his head and said, "My qualities in all aspects are already at the pinnacle. At the battle spirit realm, there is no way for me to progress further. The gap between me and a great master isn't as small as you think. Once Senior Lei and the others burst out with their divine abilities, I won't even be able to withstand a single move." Without bursting out their divine abilities, the 3 direct monarch-class disciples' strength would only be slightly superior to him. But after bursting out their divine abilities, the trio's strength would reach the primary sea realm and would be able to crush him. Sigh. Senior Lei and the others' bone frames are too insane. Apart from Emperor-class disciples, no one can compare with them. The young woman naturally knew the prowess of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Senior Yuan long possessed the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was a well-known figure among the body refinement martial artists. His close combat strength was extremely horrific. Senior Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame and had unparalleled attack power. Senior Gu Jui possessed the 7-star Bright bone frame and had unparalleled attack speed. The young woman had once seen Senior Gu Jui make a move and the speed was so fast that the young woman couldn't even react in time. Pinnacle masters and great masters might seem to have a difference of 1 level, but if they were to truly fight, no matter how powerful the pinnacle master was, they wouldn't be a match for the pinnacle master's all-out attack. The difference was so huge that it was despairing. The stern youth took a deep breath and said slowly, "In order to defeat Senior Lei and the others, I have to cultivate heaven-class martial arts. I am still lacking a little contribution coins now, there will be a chance." As the number 1 pinnacle master in the Red Rainbow sect, the stern youth naturally had the heart of an expert. As long as he could cultivate heaven-class martial arts, he believed that he might have the chance to become a great master and contest with the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen's reputation wasn't weak to begin with. After completing the Fire Feather Wolf mission, his reputation was flourishing and was just inferior to the 3 direct monarch class disciples. He was on par with the current number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zongchao. Especially Li Fuchen's age, it was a topic that everyone was discussing enthusiastically. He was 30 years old and already had such strength. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, only Emperor-class disciples would be slightly superior. However, there were times when there were troublesome matters when one was too famous. The number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zongchao, didn't look for trouble with Li Fuchen, but the number 2 pinnacle master, Hu Tiancheng, was rather unhappy. Junior Fuchen, this is Senior Hu's duel invitation. Tomorrow at the Monarch District's martial contest stage, I hope you won't avoid the duel. On this day, an inner sect disciple sent a duel invitation. Is it Senior Hu Tiancheng? Li Fuchen received the duel invitation. That's right. The inner sect disciple left with pride. Interesting. Forget it, demonic beasts are demonic beasts after all. I will only know the effects of spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks after fighting with pinnacle masters. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't avoid the duel as he was also looking forward to it. Chapter 543. On the second day, at the Monarch District's martial arena, apart from the Monarch class disciples, plenty of inner sect disciples had specially rushed over to watch the duel between Hu Tiancheng and Li Fuchen. A duel between pinnacle masters is something that only happens once in a few years. Furthermore, it is the duel between the number 2 pinnacle master, Senior Hu Tiancheng, and the most outstanding Senior Li Fuchen. Isn't that right? Our Red Rainbow sect only has over 20 pinnacle masters and each of them is at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. A duel between 2 pinnacle masters will definitely be extremely intense. It might even be an inspiration for us. The spectator stands of the martial arena were in heated discussions and it was rather lively. Has he already reached this stage? Murong Tianxing was extremely bitter. His improvement was considered great. He had only been in the Red Rainbow sect for around 3 years and had already reached the peak state of 2nd level battle spirit realm. His strength had also just reached the elite master level, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he was undoubtedly insignificant and couldn't even be compared. The other 7-star prodigies from the other kingdoms were also feeling bitter. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, they would definitely be the most dazzling among the young disciples. Right now, all the glory had been seized by Li Fuchen and they would only be considered supporting characters. Look, Senior Lei Donghai is here. It seems like Senior Lei Donghai is rather interested in this duel too. In everyone's vision, Lei Donghai appeared in the spectator stands with his hands behind his back and a thunderous chi presence. Before everyone could react, there was a flash of golden radiance and a black-clothed lady appeared beside Lei Donghai. SS. It is Senior Gu Jui. Gu Jui was extremely mysterious and she was even more mysterious than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. Among the Red Rainbow sect disciples, only a few of them had spoken to Gu Jui before. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct monarch class disciples each had their own specialties. Yuan Long was unparalleled in close combat. Lei Donghai's attack power was unparalleled. Gu Jui's speed was unparalleled. The trio was considered unrivaled in their own fields. Even Emperor-class disciples might not be stronger than them in their fields of expertise. No one would believe that Lei Donghai and Gu Jui didn't appear at the Monarch District's martial arena for the duel between Li Fuchen and Hu Tiancheng. But everyone didn't understand. With their strength, they shouldn't be interested in a duel between pinnacle masters. Senior Lei, are you sure this Junior Fuchen is useful to us? Gu Jui's voice had a trace of enchanting magnetism. Lei Donghai said, in terms of illusion art attack, Bai Qiuming is definitely number 1. But if Bai Qiuming makes a move, there will probably be nothing left for us. This Junior Fuchen's illusion art attack is naturally inferior to Bai Qiuming, but his spiritual awareness attack should be on par with Bai Qiuming. If we work together, even if we are unable to kill that great master-level demon, we will at least be able to reduce his combat strength. Lei Donghai discovered a stalk of heaven-class herb, blaze star herb on the red copper continent. This blaze star herb was guarded by a great master-level demon, and Lei Donghai wasn't a match for this demon alone. Even if he worked together with Gu Jui, their combat strength would only be on par with this demon. Lei Donghai originally wanted to invite Yuan Long, but Yuan Long wasn't around recently. Therefore, Lei Donghai placed his attention on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to defeat Hu Tiancheng. If he couldn't even defeat Hu Tiancheng, he wouldn't be of much help even if he went over. The demon spirit of a great master-level demon wasn't something that the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic beast spirit could compare with. I am clear of Senior Bai Qiuming's illusion art attack. He is indeed able to eliminate that great master-level demon within a short period of time. If we invite him, the blaze star herb won't be a problem for us. Gu Jui nodded. Bai Qiuming's strength was something that even she who was a great master was fearful of. She reckoned that Bai Qiuming's strength might be at the monarch class master level. As the duo was conversing, Hu Tiancheng arrived. Hu Tiancheng had the 7-star sun bone frame, and it was a special bone frame that originated from the blazing flame bone frame. However, it was much stronger than the blazing flame bone frame. Among the pinnacle masters, there was no doubt that Hu Tiancheng had the highest chance of reaching the great master level. Among the special bone frames, the sun bone frame was considered a top-notch bone frame and wasn't inferior to the brightness bone frame. With the 7-star sun bone frame, Hu Tiancheng's chi presence was masculine and tyrannical. It was just like the blazing sun in the sky, radiating brilliance and extremely dazzling. After seeing Lei Donghai and Gu Jui, Hu Tiancheng squinted his eyes. Senior Li Fuchen is here. In the Red Rainbow sect, strength was everything. If you were strong, even if you were young, you would be addressed as a senior or senior sister. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he was worthy of the title of a senior. Lu Wan was also here with Li Fuchen. Junior Fuchen, you have to be careful. Senior Hu Tiancheng's Sun Divine ability might not be comparable to Senior Wang Zongqiao's Saber Dao Divine ability, but the attack range is extremely huge. You must not allow him to execute it. Lu Wan knew clearly that Li Fuchen was formidable in his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack, but his strength was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. Hu Tiancheng's strength was extremely formidable even among the pinnacle masters. Among the pinnacle masters in the Red Rainbow sect, only the number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zongqiao, could defeat Hu Tiancheng. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. He wasn't planning to clash head-on with Hu Tiancheng. Hu Tiancheng's strength might not be comparable to the Fire Feather Wolf that burned the Sky Fire Wolf's bloodline, but it wasn't that much inferior. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Hu Tiancheng stood 100 meters apart. Junior Li, it is said that your spiritual awareness attack is incredible. Today, I shall have a try. Ardent Sun Divine Fist. Hu Tiancheng's body was glowing while his masculine and tyrannical chi presence rushed into the sky. Before he executed his fist, Li Fuchen could already feel the absolute pressure. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once Hu Tiancheng executed his fist, it would be hard for him to dodge. The Ardent Sun Divine Fist was the Red Rainbow sect's extremely tyrannical Earth-class peak-tier martial art. It had a rather wide attack range. When the fist was executed, it was just like a blazing sun that was shot out. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to withstand it. If he wanted to dodge, it was still impossible with Li Fuchen's current speed. Hu Tiancheng's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than a spark, the radiance on his fist was already condensed to the extremity. But no matter how fast a martial artist's attack speed was, it was still inferior to the speed of a spiritual awareness attack. A spiritual awareness spike emerged from Li Fuchen's glabella and instantly entered Hu Tiancheng's head. Ah! Hu Tiancheng let out a soft yell, and the Ardent Sun Divine Fist that was about to be executed was instantly dispersed. When executing a martial art, one had to focus their mind. If one couldn't even focus their mind, they naturally wouldn't be able to execute the martial art smoothly. Of course, it was said that there were people who could brand martial arts into the depths of their bloodline. If that was the case, they would be able to execute the martial art instinctively. But in order to achieve that step, the martial art had to be created by oneself and had already cultivated the martial art to the perfection rank. Flowing flame edge. The waterfall-like sword radiance seemed to have a spirit as it skimmed at Huatiancheng. Clang! At the crucial moment, Huatiancheng was finally able to focus his mind and forcefully blasted his fist on the blazing sword radiance, causing the blazing sword radiance to disperse. Damn it! Huatiancheng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was formidable, but he didn't expect it to be so formidable. Chapter 544. Armor of Spiritual Sense. Huatiancheng didn't dare to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack anymore. The spiritual awareness in his mind was compressed into a set of armor. The thorn of spiritual awareness and the armor of spiritual awareness, one for offense and the other for defense, were the most basic 6-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. Pop! This time, Li Fuchen's thorn of spiritual awareness wasn't able to directly make contact with Huatiancheng's true spirit as it was blocked by a layer of spiritual awareness armor. However, half of the armor had already crumbled. Scorching sun. Seizing the opportunity, Huatiancheng was preparing to execute the Ardent Sun Divine Fist's finishing move to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. But why would Li Fuchen give him any chance? The 3 spiritual sense spikes entered Huatiancheng's mind in a triangular formation. Ah! A low roar sounded. In Huatiancheng's mind, the armor on the surface of the true spirit instantly collapsed, and 3 illusory spiritual sense spikes pierced the true spirit. The true spirit itself was extremely sturdy. Even the 7-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique might not be as sturdy as a battle spirit realm martial artist's true spirit. But the true spirit was connected to the spirit soul and any trace of damage would be reflected on the spirit soul. Senior brother Hua, you're not my match. Admit defeat. Li Fuchen's voice echoed in Huatiancheng's ear. How could I possibly lose? Stop dreaming. Huatiancheng forcefully raised his spirit and looked up at Li Fuchen. The first thing that came into view wasn't Li Fuchen, but a pair of giant eyes that looked like a kaleidoscope. This pair of eyes was filled with boundless magical power. With just a single glance, Huatiancheng felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was no longer able to sense the outside world. No, this is an illusion, break for me. Huatiancheng appeared in a world of raging flames. This world was an illusion created according to the memories in his mind. However, even though Huatiancheng knew that it was an illusion, he was unable to break it in an instant. He could only wave his fists again and again, inciting a vast and blazing wind from his fists. A long time passed in the illusion, but not even a blink of an eye had passed in the outside world. Grand Wind Slash. When facing Huatiancheng who was trapped in the illusion, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword. The sword chi was like a hurricane that slashed at Huatiancheng. Bang! The sword chi first slashed open Huatiancheng's protective true chi before slashing heavily on the armor artifact. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Huatiancheng woke up. With a burst of chi, Huatiancheng shattered Li Fuchen's sword chi. That was close. Huatiancheng's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Until now, he didn't even have a single effective attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had made him suffer, while Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had made his heart shiver. No, I can't let this continue. I need to launch an effective attack. Huatiancheng closed his eyes and purely used his spiritual awareness to observe Li Fuchen's movements. As such, Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack was useless. Next up, Li Fuchen just had to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. The prerequisite was that he could withstand it without being distracted. As expected of a top-notch grandmaster. Li Fuchen frowned. As compared to the fire feather wolf, Hu Tiancheng was much harder to deal with. Furthermore, Hu Tiancheng obviously cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique, and his spiritual awareness thorn was only able to slightly damage Hu Tiancheng's true spirit. Looks like I can only use that move. In fact, the spiritual awareness thorn wasn't able to utilize the advantage of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was a lake, then these spiritual awareness thorns would be vats of water that were condensed and compressed. If a vat of water was turned into a small pond of water, then it was unimaginable how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack would be. However, a secret technique that could condense so much spiritual awareness wouldn't be a 6-star secret technique, it would be a 7-star secret technique. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect didn't have any 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were much more precious than heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Let alone monarch-class factions, even regular emperor-class factions might not possess them. After Li Fuchen cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness to the perfection rank, he developed a new intent, Avian Thorn. The Avian Thorn could condense and compress spiritual awareness by 5 times, and its power was much stronger than 5 spiritual awareness thorns. It was obviously impossible for the quantity to catch up to the quality. Of course, with Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he was temporarily unable to control 5 spiritual awareness thorns to attack. It was the same logic as an adult would find it hard to throw 5 pebbles accurately but could easily throw a large rock accurately. The latter was more powerful, but the difficulty of controlling the former surpassed the latter. Armor of spiritual awareness. Hu Tiancheng burst out with a yell. In his mind, the spiritual awareness was compressed again and turned into a layer of armor to protect his true spirit. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and concentrated with high concentration. He was prepared to use his full strength to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. Avian Thorn. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart and shot out an extremely unstable spiritual awareness thorn from his forehead. This spiritual awareness thorn was extremely unstable, and when it was flying at high speed, its form would constantly change. It was just like a bird flapping its wings and flying at high speed. The spiritual awareness secret technique's intent that Li Fuchen comprehended was ultimately not perfected, but it should be enough to deal with Hu Tiancheng. No one could see the form of the avian thorn, and they could only vaguely feel that there was an extremely compressed spiritual awareness thorn that was violently thrusting at Hu Tiancheng. The Qi presence made their hearts tense up. Boom! The avian thorn instantly burrowed into Hu Tiancheng's mind. Hu Tiancheng shuddered and blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. Ah! In the next moment, Hu Tiancheng yelled out and his Qi presence scattered. It was obvious that he was unable to control his Qi. This situation was exactly the same as when Li Fuchen was dealing with the fire feather wolf. If someone appeared in Hu Tiancheng's mind, they would notice that Hu Tiancheng's armor of spiritual awareness was already shattered and there was a weak crack on his true spirit. The crack might be weak, but when it appeared on the true spirit, it meant that the true spirit was severely injured. After the incident, a long period of time would be needed to slowly repair the true spirit. Unless there were rare materials that could repair the true spirit, it would be possible to shorten the time. Meteor fall. A stream of light shot out, striking Hu Tiancheng until he was sent flying off the stage. Li Fuchen wins. The arena elder announced the result of the match in a timely manner. In the spectator seats, everyone was silent. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was too terrifying. From the start to the end, Hu Tiancheng didn't even launch an effective attack, not even once. If they were in Hu Tiancheng's shoes, they would probably be in even more despair. This is truly terrifying. Gu Jui frowned. She could feel a trace of threat from Li Fuchen's body. Lei Donghai didn't expect for Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack to be so powerful. At the start, he believed that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Qiuming's. But now, he was certain that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Qiuming and might even be superior. Chapter 545. After defeating Hu Tiancheng, Li Fuchen had basically secured the title of number 1 individual below the great masters. Everyone believed that even if Wang Zongqiao were to challenge Li Fuchen, he might not be able to gain the upper hand, let alone win. Junior Fuchen, I am Lei Donghai. I wonder if we can have a chat. Lei Donghai's voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Alright. Li Fuchen had already noticed Lei Donghai and Gu Zhi and nodded. King's Territory, Floating Dust Peak. The three of them sat across the stone table. Lei Donghai picked up the teacup but didn't drink it. He said, Junior Fuchen, I am here this time to invite you to deal with a great master-level demon. That demon is guarding a heaven-class low-tier herb, the Blaze Star Herb. If we succeed, I promise to give you a leaf. Blaze Star Grass. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. When a medicinal herb reached the heaven rank, it was no longer an ordinary medicinal herb. It would not be wrong to say that it was the essence of heaven and earth. Although he had swallowed a heaven-class low-tier bone root herb, the star-call grass, it was not a complete treasure. However, the star-calling grass was extremely precious to those who needed it. To those who did not need it, it was useless. However, the Blaze Star Grass was different. This herb was extremely useful to any martial artist. Firstly, the Blaze Star Grass had the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Apart from Ice Dao or Water Dao Qi, it could practically increase the cultivation of any type of Qi. Secondly, the Blaze Star Grass could strengthen one's body. This kind of strengthening was from the essence of one's vital energy and blood, and not purely increasing one's body refinement cultivation. Thirdly, and most importantly, the Blaze Star Grass could make a martial artist's dantian tougher and stronger, allowing it to contain more true energy. In short, the Blaze Star Herb was something that even primary Sea Realm monarchs were tempted by. You are planning for me to use my spiritual awareness to attack this demon? Li Fuchen asked. Lei Donghai nodded. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, only Bai Qiuming and you have the strongest spiritual awareness attacks. Bai Qiuming can't afford to invite him and it isn't easy either. Therefore, I can only invite Junior Fuchen. The price of inviting Bai Qiuming was too high. Lei Donghai could not accept the fact that he could only obtain a corner of the Blaze Star Grass. Alright, count me in. Li Fuchen nodded. Even if it was just a heaven-class low-tier herb's leaf, it was extremely precious to him and he must not miss it. Hearing this, Lei Donghai grinned. With the addition of Li Fuchen, he had 90% certainty of killing that great master-level demon. There was no time to lose, and the three of them headed to Crimson Copper Continent on that very day. Copper Continent. Fire Demon Mountain Range, one of the 10 minor forbidden zones. Above the Fire Demon Mountain Range, the three of them flew side by side. Lei Donghai said, this fire demon is suspected to be a pure-blooded fire demon. Aside from his strength reaching the level of Great Grandmaster, he can transform into flames that can gather and disperse at will. It is difficult to truly come into contact with his physical body. Even if I use my Thunder Hammer divine ability to attack, most of the force will be ineffective. The remaining force will not be able to injure him at all. Junior Sister Jui's Light Divine ability is more effective than my Thunder Hammer divine ability, but Light Divine ability is superior in speed. The Light Divine Art was actually very powerful, but it was naturally inferior to the Lightning Hammer divine art. However, the attack speed of the Light Divine Art was fast enough, and it contained the light attribute. The effectiveness of each attack was higher than the Lightning Hammer divine art. Transforming into a flame requires concentration. If I can't concentrate, I won't be able to transform into a flame, or I won't be able to perfectly transform into a flame. Li Fuchen understood. Lei Donghai laughed and said, that's right, your role is to make him unable to concentrate. Leave the rest to me and Junior Sister Jui. In just a short moment, the trio arrived in front of two blazing stone pillars. After passing through these two blazing stone pillars, we will arrive at the Fire Demon Hidden Domain. Everyone on the Copper Continent knew that the Fire Demon mountain range had a great Grandmaster level Fire Demon, but they didn't know where the Fire Demon lived. Lei Donghai had accidentally discovered this Fire Demon hidden domain. The instant they entered the Fire Demon hidden domain, the trio's chi protection let out sizzling sounds. The temperature in the Fire Demon hidden domain was extremely high and the air was extremely distorted. In the sky, there were bundles of fireballs floating around and there would be occasional flashes of fire. The heaven and earth law here is mainly the fire law. Li Fuchen raised his brows. A hidden domain was called a hidden domain because the heaven and earth law in a hidden domain was stronger and more concentrated. Once the trio arrived at the Fire Demon hidden domain, the Fire Demon sensed them. Are there 3 more who want to die? In the center of the Fire Demon hidden domain, the Fire Demon who was burning with flames stood up. The ground beneath him was filled with white bones. In fact, Lei Donghai wasn't the only one who discovered the Fire Demon hidden domain. There were others who discovered the Fire Demon hidden domain too. But the great masters that entered the Fire Demon hidden domain were basically food for the Fire Demon. Regular great masters wouldn't even have the ability to escape from the Fire Demon. You again. In just a short moment, Lei Donghai and the others arrived near the Fire Demon. The Fire Demon immediately recognized Lei Donghai and Gu Jui. The Fire Demon hated Lei Donghai and Gu Jui very much. The two of them were extremely fast and even if they couldn't defeat the Fire Demon, they would be able to escape easily. Fire Demon, give up this area and I can spare your life. Lei Donghai said coldly. It was naturally the best thing to not have to clash with the Fire Demon. After all, he didn't know how much of an effect Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack would have on the Fire Demon. What a joke. Since you are here, don't think about leaving. The Fire Demon roared, and the fire elemental energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, forming a bowl-sized fiery red cover that covered the 3 of them. Die! Huge fireballs were formed around the Fire Demon before they were blasted at Lei Donghai and the others. Bang 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 bang, a giant hammer appeared in Lei Donghai's hand and he hammered in the air. There was a formless shockwave that was accompanied by thunderbolt power that burst out. All the fireballs that were blasted at the Fire Demon had exploded. Resplendent radiance. Beside Lei Donghai, Gu Jui's body burst out with resplendent golden radiance. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he could easily see that the golden radiance was made up of countless golden sword lights. Each sword light was extremely fast and was like a downpour of sunlight. The Fire Demon didn't dare to delay as his body was burning with flames and was preparing to transform into flames. Thorn of Spiritual Awareness. A thorn of spiritual awareness pierced into the Fire Demon's head. In the next moment, the flames on the Fire Demon's body withered and failed to transform into flames. PFFF 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 PFFF, streaks of golden sword lights drew across the Fire Demon's body and left behind sword scars on the surface. Even if the Fire Demon couldn't transform into flames, the Fire Demon's body toughness was still very fearsome. If Gu Jui used her regular strength, she would only be able to scratch the Fire Demon's skin. Spiritual awareness attack. The Fire Demon was shocked as the flames on his body burst out again and was planning to forcefully transform into flames. A single thorn of spiritual awareness isn't enough to stop him. 3 thorns of spiritual awareness will probably only affect him slightly. The first thorn of spiritual awareness was able to catch the Fire Demon off guard. Once the Fire Demon was mentally prepared, it would be hard to say what would happen. Avian Thorn. A bird-shaped thorn was shot out. Thunder Divine Hammer. It was unknown when Lei Donghai had already burst out with the Thunder Hammer Divine ability, Thunder Divine Hammer. The giant Thunder Hammer was smashed at the Fire Demon. Sword of Brightness. Gu Jui had also burst out with the Sword of Brightness. The thin sword in her hand turned into a giant golden sword of light and slashed at the Fire Demon. Chapter 546. Bastard, damn it. Amidst the raging thunder and explosions of light, a huge figure shot out. Dozens of miles away, Fire Demon's body was riddled with wounds. Two of the wounds were the most fatal. One of them was his shoulder that had collapsed, which was caused by the thunder hammer's shadow. The other was the hole in his chest where his heart was, which was pierced by the golden light sword. Unable to transform into flames, coupled with the fact that its demon spirit had been injured, the fire demon had taken on the full force of the two's attacks. If it had been a human at the great grandmaster level, they would have died a long time ago. Only fiendish demons could withstand it. Flames emerged from the wound, and the flesh began to grow again. The fire demon stared at Li Fuchen with murderous intent. How could he not know that among the trio, Li Fuchen posed the greatest threat to him? If Li Fuchen wasn't around, Lei Donghai and Gu Jui would only be able to inflict superficial wounds on him. It would be extremely difficult to truly injure him. Fire Demon Armor. The fire demon's bloodline boiled, and a layer of bright flame armor instantly formed on the surface of the fire demon's body. They were both innate abilities, but the fire demon armor and flame transformation were different. The fire demon armor could be activated as long as the bloodline was stimulated. After that, there was no need to consume mental energy. Flame transformation, on the other hand, needed to consume mental energy at all times. Therefore, once the demon spirit was attacked, the flame transformation would stop. When facing the fully armored fire demon, Li Fuchen executed the avian thorn again. Ah! The fire demon howled in pain. Li Fuchen's avian thorn's lethality was too powerful. He might be a pure-blooded fire demon and his devil spirit was much stronger than the fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit and was even stronger than Hu Tiancheng's true spirit. But when facing the explosive and horrific avian thorn, it was still hard for him to resist. Thunder God Hammer. Radiant Sword. Lei Donghai and Gu Jui seized the opportunity to attack the fire demon together. As pure-blooded fire demons, they knew how powerful fire demons were. The ultimate goal of today's battle was to repel fire demons, not to kill them. That was because it was too difficult to kill a fire demon. Boom! The fire demon was forced to retreat by the thunder hammer's shadow and the golden lightsaber. The fire demon armor on its body was covered in cracks. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The fire demon was infuriated. Fiendish demonic chi of the fire Dao burst out crazily, expanding into a huge fireball and spreading in all directions. Retreat! Lei Donghai reminded Li Fuchen. Even without Lei Donghai's reminder, Li Fuchen had already retreated. The fire demon was much harder to deal with than Hu Tiancheng. When facing Li Fuchen, Hu Tiancheng didn't even have the chance to make a move, but the fire demon was still barely able to launch an attack, even though it was just a pure burst of demon chi. When a great master-level demon burst out with demon chi, the lethality would be comparable with an all-out attack from a pinnacle master. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't willing to forcefully resist. As he retreated, he fired another soaring bird sting. 1 time, 2 times, this battle lasted for more than an hour. With Lei Donghai's spiritual awareness attack, the fire devil couldn't even utilize 30% of his strength and had been suppressed by Lei Donghai and Gu Jui. As expected of a pure-blooded fire demon. He can still fight even after dozens of avian thorns. The fire demon's devil spirit was unexpectedly tough. It was clearly only slightly stronger than Hu Tiancheng's true spirit. Li Fuchen didn't know that a pure-blooded fire demon's natural growth limit was at the Demon King level. With high innate potential, the devil spirit's potential was naturally high too. It might be limited by the fire demon's current level and wasn't able to resist Li Fuchen's avian thorns, but it wasn't that easy for Li Fuchen's avian thorns to pierce through the devil spirit. After more than an hour, the fire demon was riddled with scars, while Lei Donghai and Gu Jui were rather exhausted. Even with the duo's current strength, they were still unable to endure the constant burst of divine abilities. Thorn of Brightness. Gu Jui's sword pierced through the fire demon's body. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out from the fire demon's body. However, the fire demon's vitality was too horrific. Even if he couldn't turn into flames, just his vitality was enough to recover from such severe injuries. Thunder Divine Hammer. Thunder Divine Shock. Lei Donghai smashed at the void with 2 consecutive hammer strikes, causing the void to tremble. From the trembling ripples, countless thunder snakes scuttled out and wrapped around the fire demon. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's avian thorns were used on the fire demon's devil spirit along with Lei Donghai's thunder hammer divine ability. Ah! The fire demon's body showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the fire demon felt the threat of death. After enduring the continuous attacks, more than 70% of his vitality had been depleted. Once his vitality was depleted, he would definitely perish. All of this was caused by Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, the fire demon could turn into flames and prevent Lei Donghai and Gu Jui from hitting his physical body. Work harder, he doesn't have much vitality left. Lei Donghai yelled out. Demonic beasts and demons had extremely horrific vitality, but in comparison, demons were definitely more insane. They were only a few dozen feet in size, but their vitality was comparable with demonic beasts that were a few thousand feet or a few tens of thousands of feet in size. It was imaginable how exuberant and how condensed their vitality was. A single drop of blood probably contained the vitality of an ordinary person. Flame puncture. The fire demon had the intention to retreat, but before leaving, he still wanted to try if he could kill Li Fuchen. The fire demon suddenly clasped his hands together. Rumble. The ground of the fire demon hidden domain shook violently. Immediately after, dozens of flame thorns burst into the sky and a few of the flame thorns were all thrust at Li Fuchen. Danger. Li Fuchen's scalp went numb and his entire body turned into a flaming light that flickered continuously. PFFF. Li Fuchen might have dodged quickly, but he was still grazed by one of the flame thorns. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen felt half of his body going numb and there was a scorching pain. The flame thorns were extremely powerful and even a graze would have a lethality that was comparable to an all-out attack from a formidable pinnacle master. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was careless and didn't activate the avian thorn in time. Otherwise, the fire demon wouldn't be able to execute this attack. Damn it! Glaring at Li Fuchen with hatred, the fire demon turned and flew into the distance. Apart from exhausting more than 70% of his vitality, his demon spirit was also severely damaged. If he relied on the demon spirit's own recovery, he would need at least a few years to recover. Ignore him. Let's look for the Blaze Star Herb. It should be underground. As a heaven-class herb, the Blaze Star Herb could move. Previously, when Lei Donghai saw the Blaze Star Herb, it was above the surface. I found it. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw an extremely horrific golden herb that was 6,000 meters underground in a small underground space. The golden herb was emitting boundless heat and when Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness got close, it was melted by the heat. Therefore, he couldn't even see the exact shape of the herb. He only knew that it contained blazing fire laws and the concentration was even beyond the fire demon hidden domain's blazing fire laws. Chapter 547. After knowing where the Blaze Star Herb was, the rest would be easier. 15 minutes later, the trio followed the underground crevice and arrived at the underground space where the Blaze Star Herb was. This underground space was extremely scorching and the temperature was at least 10 times higher than the fire demon hidden domain. It was 1,000 times higher than the outside world. If a regular reincarnation realm expert came here, they would probably be instantly incinerated into ashes. Such intense blazing fire law. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. His comprehension of the blazing fire law was considered very high, but as compared to the Blaze Star Herb, it was definitely inferior. If the Blaze Star Herb knew how to use the blazing fire law to attack, it would definitely be a primary sea realm life form. Forcefully enduring the horrific fire Dao spirit chi, Lei Donghai walked over and plucked the Blaze Star Herb. Junior Gu, these are the 2 leaves that I promised you. The Blaze Star Herb had a total of 5 leaves. Lei Donghai plucked 2 leaves and handed them to Gu Jui. Junior Fuchen, without you, this senior wouldn't have been able to obtain the Blaze Star Herb. This leaf is for you, and the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones are what you deserve. The fire demon's strength was much stronger than he imagined. He was certain that without Li Fuchen, even with Yuan Long, they wouldn't be able to defeat the fire demon and would only be able to suppress the fire demon. Therefore, the promised 1 leaf was obviously not enough. Now that he was given 2 leaves, it wasn't enough for him and he had no choice but to use mid-grade spirit stones instead. Thank you, Senior Lei. Li Fuchen gladly accepted. A long time ago, Li Fuchen had started to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate, and it just so happened that mid-grade spirit stones were in short supply. On the way back, Lei Donghai and Li Fuchen were having casual conversations. As for Gu Jui, she had been silent and her silent personality didn't seem like a person with the brightness bone frame. Junior Fuchen, with your current strength and methods, you can actually head to the Emperor's Sky Continent to cultivate. Lei Donghai suddenly said. Mid-class continent, Emperor's Sky Continent. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Continents were separated into low-class, mid-class, and high-class continents. Low-class continents were like the East Unicorn Continent, Demon Ring Continent, White Scale Continent, and Red Copper Continent. Mid-class continents were like the 7-color continent. However, the 7-color continent was only considered a regular mid-class continent. If Law Phase Realm Emperors came to the 7-color continent, they would still be suppressed by the continent willpower. The Emperor's Sky Continent was of a higher class than the 7-color continent, and the continent willpower wouldn't suppress Law Phase Realm Emperors. Lei Donghai continued, the Emperor's Sky Continent's surface area is more than 100 times the 7-color continent. Not only is the law energy abnormally concentrated, but the cultivation effects are also several times better than the 7-color continent. Furthermore, the resources are extremely abundant. Heaven-class herbs that are rare in the 7-color continent aren't considered rare in the Emperor's Sky Continent. In some cities' auctions, heaven-class herbs would frequently appear. The only bad thing is that the Emperor's Sky Continent is ruled by Emperor-class factions, like the various empires and Emperor sections. In comparison, Monarch-class factions are considered ordinary factions, and there are plenty of them. My Red Rainbow sect is only a mid-class Monarch-class faction in the Emperor's Sky Continent and is a vassal of the Red Moon Empire. To the Red Rainbow sect, the 7-color continent was just a place to cultivate and recuperate. The Emperor's Sky Continent was too dangerous, and if they encountered a calamity, the Red Rainbow sect could still retreat to the 7-color continent. Empires and Monarch sects. Li Fuchen's heart shivered. A kingdom's ruler was a primary sea realm monarch, an empire's ruler was naturally a law phase realm emperor. The Red Rainbow sect might seem powerful and had plenty of primary sea realm monarchs, but in the face of an empire or an emperor sect, they were no different from an ant. A random law phase realm emperor would be able to eradicate the Red Rainbow sect. If they didn't rely on the sect's array, there were plenty of monarch-class factions that could eradicate the Red Rainbow sect. Li Fuchen only knew of the existence of the Emperor's Sky Continent and didn't understand the situation of the Emperor's Sky Continent. After hearing Lei Donghai's explanation, Li Fuchen instantly had a vague idea. In the massive Emperor's Sky Continent, the Emperor-class factions were undoubtedly the rulers. Below them were the numerous Monarch-class factions. If a Monarch-class faction wanted to survive in the Emperor's Sky Continent, they had to rely on an Emperor-class faction. If he didn't attach himself to them, he might be destroyed by others one day. Even if they attached themselves to an Emperor-level faction, the competition within that Emperor-level faction would definitely be extremely fierce. After all, no matter how high-level a continent was, its resources were limited. The Emperor factions occupied the majority of the resources, and the remaining few resources were fought over by the countless king factions. Obviously, the competition would not be peaceful. I'll go if I have the chance. Li Fuchen nodded. He originally had the intention to head to the Emperor's Sky Continent to cultivate. After all, he would only be able to progress faster there. He didn't go previously because he had yet to become a pinnacle master. The Red Rainbow sect had a rule that only pinnacle masters could apply to head to the Emperor's Sky Continent. After returning to the Red Rainbow sect, the trio split up. I wonder if this leaf can allow me to break through to the 4th level of Battle Spirit Realm. In the secret room, Li Fuchen sized up the golden leaf of the Blaze Star Herb and thought to himself. After reaching the Battle Spirit Realm, it was extremely difficult to progress by every level. If it wasn't because he was on the 7-color continent, if it wasn't because his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique had reached the 32nd rank, if it wasn't because he had been using mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate, let alone the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm, he wouldn't even be able to reach the 2nd level of Battle Spirit Realm. On the Red Soil continent, most of the Battle Spirit Realm masters with 5-star bone frames were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm when they died. Li Fuchen didn't dare to consume the leaf immediately. He circulated his qi and slowly absorbed the Fire Dao Spirit qi from the leaf. Half a day later, after absorbing all the Fire Dao Spirit qi from the leaf, Li Fuchen shook his head. He still wasn't able to step into the 4th level of Battle Spirit Realm and was currently at the peak of the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm. The Blaze Star Herb might be a heaven-class herb, but it had 5 leaves, a stamen, and a rhizome. A single leaf would only contain 10% of the Blaze Star Herb's Fire Dao Spirit Qi. However, Li Fuchen could feel that apart from the improvement in his cultivation, his Qi Blood Essence and Dantian were also stronger. The former was useful for body refinement cultivation, while the latter was useful for Qi cultivation. It is time to head to the Emperor's Sky Continent. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen's heart produced a trace of anticipation. The 7-color continent was great, but it was too peaceful and there wasn't any pressure to survive. He might be able to use the Red Rainbow sect's teleportation array to head to some low-class continents, but there wasn't any pressure to survive either. But the Emperor's Sky Continent was different. It was just like the East Unicorn Continent, where there were conflicts between factions and experts. Only by living in such an environment would one be able to progress faster and reach the pinnacle of the martial Dao and the extremity of the sword Dao. The request was quickly replied. Chapter 548. Emperor's Sky Continent, Purple Mist Mountain. The Purple Mist Mountain wasn't even considered a mountain range in the Emperor's Sky Continent and was only considered a slightly famous mountain. Those cultivation mountain ranges were either controlled by Emperor-class factions or extremely powerful Monarch-class factions. It was already very good for the Red Rainbow sect to control a famous mountain. Some of the weaker Monarch-class factions would only be able to occupy some of the more imposing mountain peaks as their sect. The Purple Mist Mountain didn't have a lot of people and most of them were the Red Rainbow sect's inner sect elders. There were very few disciples and outer sect elders. After all, only pinnacle masters would be able to come to the Emperor's Sky Continent. The Red Rainbow sect only had over 20 pinnacle masters, 3 great masters, and 2 Emperor-class disciples. There was a total of less than 30 people. Swish! A dazzling radiance rushed into the sky and there was an additional figure on the Purple Mist Mountain's teleportation platform. Such powerful suppression. Li Fuchen felt as though his body was in a viscous liquid. Every movement and every breath would require several times the effort to maintain. He had experienced this feeling before. It was when he just arrived at the 7-color continent from the East Unicorn Continent. The East Unicorn Continent is thin Qi, the Red Copper Continent is concentrated Qi, the 7-color continent is water, and the Emperor's Sky Continent is heavy water. This was Li Fuchen's perception of the continents that he had experienced. Welcome to the Emperor's Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain. The black light distorted and a skinny black-clothed elder appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Greetings to Elder Han. Li Fuchen recognized the skinny elder. This skinny elder was the inner sect elder who bestowed the heaven-class low-tier bone frame herb, Star Call Herb, Elder Han. You are not bad. You have become a pinnacle master in such a short period of time. Elder Han thought highly of Li Fuchen. Apart from the bone frame, he felt that Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to emperor-class disciples at all. In certain aspects, Li Fuchen might even be superior. Thank you for Elder Han's praise. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Elder Han said, in any continent, mountain ranges are places with the densest heaven and earth qi. It is a pity that the Purple Mist Mountain isn't a mountain range and is just a slightly larger famed mountain. You can choose an empty place in the Purple Mist Mountain to build a courtyard and choose to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, you can also travel outside. If the Purple Mist Mountain was a mountain range, each person could choose a mountain. However, the Purple Mist Mountain only had 7 or 8 mountains in total. Subsequently, Elder Han told Li Fuchen about the Emperor's Sky Continent, the Red Moon Empire, and the Purple Mist Mountain. The Emperor's Sky Continent was 100 times bigger than the 7-color continent, and this was just the surface area. Due to the extreme heaven and earth suppression of the Emperor's Sky Continent, a surface area that was 100 times bigger was actually 1,000 or even 1,000 times bigger for Li Fuchen. After all, it was very strenuous to travel in this place, and the speed was only 10% of the 7-color continent. The destructive power was also less than 10% of the 7-color continent. With Li Fuchen's cultivation, it would be hard for him to travel across the entire Emperor's Sky Continent in this lifetime. It would be hard for him to even travel across the Red Moon Empire. The Emperor's Sky Continent had 7 Emperor-class factions. They were the 3 great empires and 4 great emperor sects. The Red Moon Empire was located in the northwest region of the Emperor's Sky Continent and had 9 provinces, 48 counties, and 660 cities. The Purple Mist Mountain was located in the South Sun County and was located between the South Mountain City and the Red Lake City. It was a famous mountain in the vicinity. In the Red Moon Empire, each city's strength wasn't inferior to a monarch-class faction. Those who could assume the position of a city lord were at least mid-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. Some of the important cities would be assumed by high-level monarchs. Those who could assume the position of a county governor were all top-notch primary Sea Realm monarchs. Some county governors even had the strength of half-emperors. Those who could assume the position of a governor were obviously Law Phase Realm emperors. The Red Moon Empire didn't just have the Red Moon Emperor alone. It was said that there were more than 20 emperors under him. As for the Red Moon Empire, let alone a single Red Rainbow sect, even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 Red Rainbow sects, they wouldn't be comparable. As for the Purple Mist Mountain, it was an extremely formidable monarch-class faction in the South Sun County, but it wasn't considered anything in the entire Red Moon Empire. There were plenty of monarch-class factions that were stronger than the Red Rainbow sect. Remember, when traveling the Red Moon Empire, you must not offend the Red Moon Empire. You must not offend monarch-class factions that have half-emperors. You must not offend a general. Elder Han instructed. General? Li Fuchen looked at Elder Han with a doubtful expression. Elder Han explained, a general is an honorary position established by the Red Moon Empire at the Battle Spirit Realm. After becoming a general, you will be able to enjoy some of the Empire's resources. The prerequisite is to execute the Empire's missions. There are a total of 3 grades of generals, 1-star general, 2-star general, and 3-star general. Those that can become 1-star generals are at least great masters and are top-notch great masters. Those that can become 2-star generals are monarch-class masters. As for 3-star generals, there aren't many in the entire Red Moon Empire. With your current strength, offending a general is no different from offending a primary Sea Realm monarch. This disciple shall bear this in mind. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, with his current strength, offending a general was no different from courting death. Great masters were already comparable with weaker low-level primary Sea realm monarchs, while monarch-class masters were able to contest with low-level primary Sea realm monarchs. It wasn't wrong to treat monarch-class masters as low-level primary Sea realm monarchs. As for 3-star generals, they were probably top-notch monarch-class masters. Those top-notch monarch-class masters might be able to kill low-level primary Sea realm monarchs with ease. After saying everything that needed to be said, Elder Han swiftly left the area. Let me choose a place to construct my courtyard first. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and quickly found an empty place in the Purple Mist Mountain. In just a single day, Li Fuchen constructed a courtyard that was a few hectares in size. I can cultivate properly now. Li Fuchen didn't plan to travel so soon. With his current strength, he still had to focus on cultivation. Days passed by and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already been at the Emperor Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain for over a month. The Emperor Sky Continent is indeed formidable. Not only is the Heaven and Earth Qi several times more concentrated than the 7-color continent, but the Heaven and Earth laws are also more complete. All sorts of Heaven and Earth Qi are more balanced and the Sword Dao laws here are much stronger than the 7-color continent. Sword Dao, Saber Dao, and all sorts of equipment Dao were all illusory martial Daos. These martial Daos originally didn't exist. But with more people walking on this path, the path would naturally become wider. Any Dao that reached the extremity would be able to influence the Heaven and Earth laws. When there were more people walking on any path, it would be enough to influence the Heaven and Earth laws. It was said that a Sword Dao saint was able to use a single sword to break all laws and Daos. It was because his Sword Dao was already close to extremity or had reached extremity, allowing him to achieve such a feat. His Sword Dao was probably imprinted by the Great Dao and had become a part of the Great Dao. Chapter 549. Purple Mist Mountain, Arena. At this moment, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle on the arena, and their auras were like blades. Puff! The ground beneath his feet cracked open, but Li Fuchen didn't move an inch. The Emperor Sky Continent's Heaven and Earth suppression is actually so powerful. This Qi force has only flown 1 mile and is already so weak. Li Fuchen sighed. They were both mid-class continents, but the 7-color continent and the Emperor Sky Continent were completely incomparable. If the Heaven and Earth suppression wasn't strong enough, the Emperor Sky Continent's continent willpower wouldn't allow Law Phase realm emperors to move freely and would have already suppressed their strength. It was precisely because Law Phase realm emperors weren't able to destroy the environment on a large scale that the Emperor Sky Continent willpower didn't restrict them. In the arena, the 2 combatants were top-notch grandmasters. Currently, there were only 6 or 7 top-notch grandmasters in Purple Mist Mountain. The rest were either out traveling or on missions in the 7-color continent. Soon, the spar ended, and the victor was a young man with long arms and a thin waist. Fuchen Shidi, are you interested in a spar? The youth with the long arms and thin waist was called Situ Jun. Among the pinnacle masters, his cultivation was second only to Wang Zongqiao and Hutianchang. However, that was a ranking from a few years ago. In reality, top-notch grandmasters rarely sparred with each other. After all, everyone had their own things to do. In order to advance further, they would either train hard in seclusion or go out and about. Who would have the time to spar? Even if they were to spar, it would be under the premise that they had improved. Situ Jun had heard of Li Fuchen's achievements and was very apprehensive of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. But recently, his cultivation technique rank had increased by 1 rank and his strength had increased significantly. One had to know that the higher the realm of one's cultivation technique, the more powerful one's true spirit would be. The strength of a true spirit was related to one's cultivation technique realm, and martial arts realm. In addition, Situ Jun's attainments in spiritual awareness were also higher than Hutianchang's. As early as a few years ago, he had cultivated the secret method of spiritual awareness, the armor of spiritual awareness, to the realm of perfection. In terms of combat strength, Fuchen admits that he is inferior to Senior Situ. Fuchen is only capable of using spiritual awareness attacks. Li Fuchen said. It doesn't matter. Just use your spiritual sense attack. Situ Jun smiled. If Li Fuchen didn't execute his spiritual awareness attack, he wouldn't be interested at all. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's combat strength was, he was just a regular pinnacle master. The reason why he wanted to spar with Li Fuchen was because he wanted to know if his true spirit was able to withstand Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. After all, he would encounter all sorts of experts when he was adventuring in the future. There might just be enemies with extremely formidable spiritual awareness attacks in front of him. Alright. Li Fuchen leaped and appeared on the contest stage. Snow Moon Saber Art. Situ Jun did not stand on ceremony. He immediately executed the Peak Earth Realm Saber technique, the Snow Moon Saber technique that he was most proficient in. Snowflakes fell from the sky above the arena, and the hazy moonlight illuminated the sky. Before he drew his saber, Situ Jun's saber domain took effect first. Li Fuchen smiled and shot out the thorn of spiritual awareness. In the next moment, Situ Jun paled. He felt like his mind was struck by lightning. His Snow Moon Saber technique turned sluggish, and he could not execute it. What a powerful spiritual sense attack. In his mind, the layer of armor on the outside of his true spirit was filled with cracks. Traces of strange spiritual awareness chi invaded through the cracks. It might not be able to damage his true spirit, but it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. No wonder you dare to spar with me. Li Fuchen raised his brows and understood in his heart. Avian Thorn. Before Situ Jun could react, Li Fuchen executed the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness Quintessence, Avian Thorn. Chirp. Situ Jun could vaguely hear the sound of a bird chirping. Immediately after, his mind went blank. Senior, you have lost. Li Fuchen drew the flaming snake sword and pointed the sword tip at Situ Jun's throat. After coming back to his senses, Situ Jun's face was alternating between red and white. Junior's move is brilliant. I will try again next time. Situ Jun didn't have the face to stay and immediately flew away. Senior Fuchen, hearing about someone isn't as good as meeting them in person. Today, this junior has finally witnessed what a spiritual awareness attack is. There were two youths who were spectating the contest. They cupped their fists and walked over with extreme courtesy. Chapter 550. Normally speaking, once one's cultivation reached the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm and the extraordinary bone frame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, one would possess the strength of a great master. However, the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm was easy, but the extraordinary bone frame pattern was difficult to comprehend to the 6th segment. Comprehending the bone frame pattern was different from comprehending the cultivation technique rank. When comprehending the cultivation technique rank, one might be stuck at a certain rank for many years, but there was still a chance to break through. As for the comprehension of the bone frame pattern, the higher the rank, the harder it would be. Normally speaking, the limit of the Battle Spirit Realm was the 6th segment. Beyond the 6th segment, one would need to reach the primary sea realm to continue comprehending, but it was rare for anyone to reach this limit. Of course, comprehending the bone frame pattern was one thing, the strength of the awakened divine ability was also very important. For some of the weaker divine abilities, even if the bone frame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, they would still be a distance away from the Great Master level. For some of the stronger divine abilities, even if the bone frame pattern wasn't comprehended to the 6th segment, they might already have the strength of a Great Master. Apart from that, special bone frames and extraordinary bone frames were different. Comprehending the special bone frame pattern to the 5th segment was the same as comprehending the extraordinary bone frame pattern to the 6th segment. The 3 direct monarch-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect all had special bone frames. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, the 3 of them had comprehended around the 5th segment of the special bone frame pattern. However, due to the different divine abilities that they awakened, their strength might be slightly different and wouldn't be equally powerful. In short, 7-star special bone frames comprehension of the pattern was actually equivalent to 8-star extraordinary bone frames. However, 7-star special bone frames perception might not be as powerful as 8-star extraordinary bone frames. Furthermore, their growth potential was much inferior. Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame wasn't considered weak. Right now, the blazing flame pattern was already comprehended to 5.8 segments. If Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 7th or 8th level of battle spirit realm, his qi cultivation would be at the strength of a great master. After all, Li Fuchen's divine flame red rainbow technique was already at the highest rank. No matter what, I better comprehend the blazing flame pattern to the 6th segment as soon as possible. When the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to the 6th segment, there would be a qualitative change. By then, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength would be close to the Great Master level. The Emperor's Sky Continent's laws were complete and it was several times easier for Li Fuchen to comprehend the blazing flame pattern compared to the 7-color continent. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, making it several times easier to comprehend the blazing flame pattern. 5.9 segments. 599. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been at the Emperor's Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain for 4 months. During these 4 months, Li Fuchen was basically in a state of secluded cultivation. Occasionally, he would walk around the Purple Mist Mountain or its vicinity. On this day, the arena became bustling once more. Quick, go to the arena. Senior brother Yuan Long wants to challenge senior brother Bai Qiuming. Is that for real? Why would senior brother Yuan Long want to challenge senior brother Bai Qiuming? The number of Red Rainbow sect disciples on the Purple Mist Mountain was sometimes more and sometimes less. Recently, the Purple Mist Mountain had over a dozen Red Rainbow sect disciples and it was much more lively than before. In just a short moment, over a dozen Red Rainbow sect disciples arrived at the vicinity of the contest stage, including Li Fuchen. Senior Yuan Long possesses the 7-star Arhat bone frame while Senior Bai Qiuming possesses the 8-star Spiritual Eye bone frame. The chances of Senior Yuan Long winning this battle is very slim. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Yuan Long, one of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. Bai Qiuming, one of the 2 emperor-class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. Purely in terms of status, the latter was naturally stronger. Purely in terms of strength, the latter was also stronger. However, in this world, all kinds of miracles could happen and there was nothing absolute. It all depended on what trump card Yuan Long was going to use. On the contest stage, Yuan Long, who was around 2.5 meters in height and looked like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, was standing straight. Opposite him was the skinny Bai Qiuming. In terms of build, Yuan Long seemed like he could send Bai Qiuming flying with a single slap. But in everyone's eyes, Bai Qiuming was definitely an extremely horrifying existence. Therefore, they were guessing how many moves Yuan Long could withstand. 3 moves or 10 moves. No matter what, Yuan Long was a great master and he wasn't a regular great master. I said before that I will give you a chance to challenge me. I didn't expect for you to use it so quickly. Bai Qiuming, who had a clean face and an indifferent expression, said indifferently. Yuan Long grinned and said, "How would you know if you don't try?" Emperor-class disciples were like a huge mountain that was pressing on everyone's head. Yuan Long wasn't willing to be inferior to anyone. So what if he was an 8-star bone frame? He, Yuan Long, would use his own hard work to surpass them. Make your move. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, it won't be difficult for you to become a 1-star general of the Red Moon Empire. Bai Qiuming stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Yuan Long with an indifferent expression. That's right, he was looking down. even if Yuan Long was half a body taller than him. Arhat true body. Yuan Long burst out with a roar and instantly burst out with Arhat power, executing the Arhat true body divine ability. Yuan Long's body was expanding at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. In the blink of the eye, he grew from 2.5 meters to 100 meters tall. He stood there like a giant. Moreover, Yuan Long's body was emitting a golden halo. It had traces of eternal and immortal aura. The Arhat True Body Divine Ability was a body refinement divine ability, and it could increase Yuan Long's strength by several times. The current Yuan Long was comparable to a great master level demon. Previously, you could only expand to 80 meters tall. This time, you are already 100 meters tall. Bai Qiuming raised his brows. With a thunderous voice, Yuan Long grinned and said, "Previously, my Arhat bone frame pattern wasn't comprehended to the 5th segment. It also means to say that you have comprehended the 5th segment. No wonder you dare to challenge me." Bai Qiuming understood now. Body refinement martial artists were extremely powerful, and Yuan Long was only able to comprehend the 5th segment of the body refinement bone frame pattern, but it was already enough for him to look down on regular great masters. "Receive my fist." Yuan Long didn't waste any time and smashed his hill-sized fist at Bai Qiuming. Before the fist arrived, the biting cold fist pressure had already solidified the air within a few miles. If regular battle spirit realm masters were to be in the fist pressure, they would immediately be smashed into smithereens and there wouldn't be any possibility of survival. The power of this fist is much stronger than Senior Lei Donghai and Senior Gu Jui. Li Fuqian, who had witnessed Lei Donghai and Gu Jui's moves, was very sensitive to the difference in strength. It was his spirit soul's instinct to observe the minute details. Shaking his head, Bai Qiuming extended his right hand and pressed down slowly. In everyone's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was mediocre. But in Yuan Long's and Li Fuqian's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was simply unbelievable. In Yuan Long's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike was overwhelming and was simply covering the sun and moon. In Li Fuqian's eyes, Bai Qiuming's palm strike contained an intense hallucination chi presence. This is an illusion martial. Li Fuqian's eyes contracted. The East Unicorn continent also had a few sects that were adept at illusion martial arts, but they were all very low class. Bai Qiuming's illusion martial art was definitely of a very high class. Apart from that, Bai Qiuming's 8-star spiritual eye bone frame was originally an illusion technique bone frame or ocular technique bone frame. It was extremely beneficial for illusion martial arts. PFFF. A large palm print appeared on Yuan Long's chest as he was sent flying. Senior Yuan Long is defeated. Li Fuqian let out a sigh. No one knew better than him how terrifying an illusion martial art was. In fact, Bai Qiuming's palm strike wasn't considered powerful and was barely at the great master level. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to injure Yuan Long. But the hallucination chi presence from the palm strike made Yuan Long hallucinate and think that he was injured. The subconscious was very shocking. Once one thought that he was injured, he would really be injured. Chapter 551. Unfortunately, you won't even be able to take one of my attacks. Bai Qiuming shook his head. With a flash, he vanished without a trace. Wow! Yuan Long, who had just stood up, spat out another mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Almost all the ribs in his chest were broken, or rather, they were broken by himself. "It's still not working," Yuan Long murmured. He knew how terrifying Yuan Long was. This time, he thought that he could resist the opponent's fantasy martial arts, but he didn't expect to lose so easily. Spiritual awareness attack and illusion attack are enough to make the combat system unbalanced. Li Fuqian lamented. Seriously speaking, if Bai Qiuming did not use his illusory arts, it would be a problem for him to even reach the level of a great grandmaster. However, once he used his illusory arts, he would probably reach the level of a king-level grandmaster. For example, if he didn't use his spiritual awareness attack, he would only be at the level of a top-notch grandmaster. However, once he used his spiritual awareness attack, he would be able to reach the level of a great grandmaster. The principle was the same. Senior brother Bai Qiuming is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the 2-star generals and 3-star generals of the Red Moon Empire are. Although Bai Qiuming was strong, he was only a 1-star general. In the future, he might become a 2-star general, but that was the future. Currently, the Red Rainbow sect had 2 generals. Bai Qiuming was a 1-star general and was at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. The other was the Emperor-class disciple, Chu Wu, who was at the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm and was a 2-star general. In fact, any Emperor-class disciple from a Monarch-class faction could become a general. After all, Emperor-class disciples had 8-star bone frames, and 8-star bone frames were the pinnacle bone frames in the Emperor's Sky Continent. As for 9-star bone frames, even Emperor-class factions rarely had them. Emperor-class factions only had more 8-star bone frames. Of course, not every Monarch-class faction had an 8-star bone frame. In fact, most of the Monarch-class factions didn't even have an 8-star bone frame. Whether one could possess an 8-star bone frame would depend on the luck of the sect. For countless years, the number of 8-star bone frames that appeared in the Red Rainbow sect didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. For the past few centuries, there were only 2, and they were Chu Wu and Bai Qiuming. 2 weeks later, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was finally comprehended to the 6th segment. From now onwards, there would be no more blazing flame bone frame patterns to comprehend. Unless Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame could be upgraded to the 7-star grade. But herbs that could upgrade a 6-star bone frame to a 7-star bone frame would at least be a heaven-class mid-tier herb. Heaven-class mid-tier herbs were extremely rare to begin with, and heaven-class mid-tier root herbs were 10 to 10 times rarer. Without great opportunities and great luck, one could forget about it. At least at the Battle Spirit Realm, one shouldn't even think about it. After comprehending the blazing flame pattern to the 6th segment, Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame had a significant increase in power. Once he burst out with the divine ability, his chest would be covered with blazing flame patterns, just like a blazing flame tattoo. Li Fuchen reckoned that the most complete heart of blazing flame would be covering the entire body with blazing flame patterns. But the heart of blazing flame required the support of a 9-star bone frame. I've reached the end of my flame divine ability. Now, I can focus on my sword Dao. There was a big difference between multitasking and single-mindedness. No matter how high one's comprehension was, multitasking was not as easy as single-mindedly focusing one's mind. Li Fuchen was planning to choose one of the 6 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts to tackle and increase his sword intent to Heaven-class low-tier. The 6 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts that Li Fuchen learned were the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Flowing Flame Sword Art, Sky Ring Sword Art, Impermanence Sword Art, Grand Wind Sword Art, and Meteor Sword Art. Among them, the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Streaming Flame Sword Art, and Meteor Sword Art were Fire Path Sword Arts. The Skywheel Sword Technique and Impermanence Sword Technique were both Daoist sword techniques. Grand Wind Sword Art was a Wind Path Sword Art. He didn't consider the Lawless Sword Art or the Wind Dao Sword Art for now. Li Fuchen's target was the 3 Fire Dao Sword Arts. After all, he had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 6th segment and had a deep understanding of the fire law. It was naturally much easier for him to tackle the Fire Dao Sword Art. After some consideration, Li Fuchen chose the Flowing Flame Sword style. The Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was too extreme. The difficulty of raising one's sword intent was too high. The Meteor Sword Art was even more extreme than the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, and it was even more difficult to raise one's sword intent. Only the Streaming Flame Sword Art was more balanced. But before tackling the Streaming Flame Sword Art, Li Fuchen had to continue comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern. Li Fuchen had already comprehended the first layer of the Joint Heaven sword pattern. The second layer of the seal's sword pattern was already 90% comprehended and was around 93%. Similar to the first layer of the seal's sword pattern, at the later stages, the difficulty of comprehending the sword pattern would drastically increase. The difficulty of comprehending the sword pattern was several times harder than the bone frame pattern. Of course, once Li Fuchen comprehended the second layer of the seal's sword pattern, he would be able to undo the second layer of the seal and might obtain a heaven-class low-tier sword art. But that was rather far away. Without 2 to 3 years, Li Fuchen didn't believe that he would be able to undo the second layer of the seal on the joint heaven sword. Once he could undo the second layer of the seal, he would actually become a heaven-class low-tier sword pattern master and would be able to brand heaven-class low-tier sword patterns on swords. There were 2 reasons why Li Fuchen wanted to comprehend the joint heaven sword pattern. Firstly, it was to undo the second layer of the seal on the joint heaven sword as soon as possible. The second reason was to increase the streaming flame sword art's sword intent. The streaming flame sword art was a fire Dao sword art and contained the fire Dao laws and sword Dao laws. Li Fuchen's fire Dao laws were rather proficient and he definitely had to strengthen his sword Dao laws. The joint heaven sword pattern contained the extreme sword Dao laws. With the 2 of them working together, it was very possible to increase the sword intent. After concentrating on comprehending the joint heaven sword pattern, Li Fuchen realized that he had neglected the joint heaven sword pattern in the past. If he had concentrated on deducing the sword pattern, he might have already undone the second layer of the seal on the joint heaven sword. But it was hard to satisfy both sides. If he had concentrated on deducing the sword pattern, he probably wouldn't have broken through to the battle spirit realm. Therefore, it wasn't a matter of regret. The joint heaven sword pattern was awe-inspiring like the heaven Dao. Every time Li Fuchen comprehended the joint heaven sword pattern, he would lament at his insignificance. In his eyes, the sword pattern was like the heaven Dao's meridians and the origin of the sword Dao. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why it was. The sword pattern has been comprehended to 95%. 2 months later, Li Fuchen had already been at the Emperor Sky Continent's Purple Mist Mountain for half a year. On this day, Li Fuchen's body was emitting a biting cold sword Dao Qi presence. After comprehending the joint heaven sword pattern to 95%, Li Fuchen felt that the heaven and earth in his eyes had changed. Everything had a meridian to speak of. These meridians were like the trajectory of the sword art. If one slashed along these meridians, they would be able to exhibit terrifying power. It was just like the sword pattern being branded on the sword equipment, allowing the sword equipment's power to increase drastically. Sword pattern masters aren't as simple as I imagined. In the past, Li Fuchen had always thought that sword pattern masters were just support, but now, he didn't think so. When the sword pattern proficiency reached a certain level, it would obviously increase the swordsman's strength. Li Fuchen picked up a withered tree branch from the ground. There were sword patterns that were curved and extended on the withered tree branch. In the blink of the eye, the withered tree branch was emitting an extremely horrific sword Dao Qi presence. It felt like a simple thrust was able to pierce through the void. It is about time to increase the flowing flame sword intent. Chapter 552. It wasn't easy to upgrade the flowing flame sword intent. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to use the first 3 moves of the flowing flame sword art as the foundation to create the 4th move. The flowing flame sword art didn't just contain the quintessence of the flowing flame sword intent, it would also be fused with brand new blazing fire laws and sword Dao laws. Once it was successfully created, it would definitely be a heaven-class low-tier sword move. Even the weakest heaven-class low-tier sword move was still a heaven-class sword move and the power wasn't something earth-class peak-tier sword moves could compare with. On a desolate mountain near the Purple Mist Mountain, there was a figure standing there. He would occasionally brandish his sword and release a flaming sword light that was like flowing water. When creating the 4th move of the flowing flame sword art, Li Fuchen had a concept in his mind. This move had to be gentle and also fiery enough. The blazing fire laws naturally couldn't be gentle. Therefore, the sword Tao laws had to be gentle. At this moment, the benefits of cultivating countless sword arts were here. Li Fuchen felt as though there were countless sword moves flashing in his mind. As long as there was a trace of something useful in these sword moves, it would be extracted and fused into the fourth move of the flowing flame sword art. Gradually, the fourth move of the flowing flame sword art was getting more refined and stronger. Of course, Li Fuchen would take some detours during this period of time, but with Li Fuchen's ability, he would quickly correct himself and extract some sword Tao essences that seemed useful but were actually useless. Not right, it isn't gentle enough. Not right, it isn't fiery and tyrannical enough. Not right, it is too neutral and peaceful. Li Fuchen perfected it again and again and denied it again and again. In Li Fuchen's plan, if this move could release a fine strand of blazing sword light, it would be considered a success. Right now, it was just a flowing stream of blazing sword light and it was just slightly stronger than the flowing flame edge. Immersed in the sword art, Li Fuchen couldn't feel the elapse of time. In his eyes, apart from the sword art, there was nothing else. This child's perception is so high that both you and I are probably inferior. In the void not far away, there were two indistinct figures that appeared out of nowhere. One of the figures was actually the skinny elder, Elder Han. The other was naturally an inner sect elder from the Red Rainbow sect. As primary Sea Realm monarchs, the two of them had a certain degree of control over nature. They could alter the refraction of light and isolate themselves from spiritual awareness. If they didn't want to, even a great grandmaster wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Elder Han nodded and said, "You and I might be primary Sea Realm monarchs, but our perception is only comparable to Battle Spirit Realm Emperor-class disciples. This child's perception is obviously superior to regular Emperor-class disciples. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the perception." The perception of a primary Sea Realm monarch was naturally incomparable to a 7-star Battle Spirit Realm bone frame. Only 8-star bone frames were comparable. If it was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, then only the legendary 9-star bone frames would be comparable. As for saints, they were existences that transcended the mortal world and entered into sainthood. No one knew how powerful their perception was. Perhaps, they could create a horrifying heaven-class martial art with a single thought. Li Fuchen might be immersed in the creation of the sword art, but his powerful spirit soul made Li Fuchen vaguely feel that someone was spying on him. Li Fuchen didn't recklessly release his spiritual awareness as he knew clearly that the person spying on him should be a primary Sea Realm monarch. Furthermore, it was a primary Sea Realm monarch from the Red Rainbow sect. Li Fuchen subconsciously slowed down his sword move derivation as he didn't want to attract too much attention. After a moment, the feeling of being spied on vanished. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath and continued to derive the sword move. The flowing flame sword art's route is to condense fire into water. This newly created move of mine must condense fire into threads. Water and threads were both very soft, but threads were more extreme. Think about it, the blazing sword light that contained horrific power was compressed into a thread. Once it burst out, how powerful would the power be? According to Li Fuchen's estimations, the power would be several times stronger than the flowing flame sword art. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's flowing flaming sword light was getting thinner by the day. Thickness of a wrist. Thickness of 2 fingers. Thickness of a finger. Thickness of a chopstick. When the sword light reached the thickness of a chopstick, the power was already very horrific. When the sword was brandished, it felt like the world was going to be split apart. The sword light extended to an extremely far place. Just with this sword move, even if I don't stack the secret technique, my chi cultivation strength is already close to the great master level. Li Fuchen's sword intent condensed and his eyes were sharp. As compared to the first 3 moves of the flowing flame sword art, the 4th move's power was increased by 2 times and it was much stronger than Li Fuchen's expectations. To be serious, the current 4th move of the flowing flame sword art was considered a quasi-heaven class sword move. It is a pity that when executing this sword move, I can't stack the perfect circle dipper chi and the bronze sword essence. Once they are stacked, I won't be able to execute this sword move. This sword move has an extremely high requirement for the mind. Transmuting the divine flame red rainbow chi into the bronze sword chi is already my limit. It is impossible to stack the perfect circle dipper chi, and I can't even fuse the blazing flame power. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. If he could stack the perfect circle dipper chi and fuse the blazing flame power, he would be able to reach the great master level with just his chi cultivation strength. Great masters were able to exchange moves with weaker first-level primary sea realm monarchs. Even if they weren't a match, they wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. There is no need to hurry. My current strength isn't weak and I can already clash head-on with Hu Tiancheng and Sita Jun. With my spiritual awareness attack, I will be able to defeat regular great masters. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to defeat Hu Tiancheng and Sita Jun by relying on his spiritual awareness attack. Without his spiritual awareness attack, he wouldn't be a match for the duo. Right now, he already had combat strength that was comparable with Hu Tiancheng and Sita Jun. With his spiritual awareness attack, he was naturally much stronger than before. The sword light was getting thinner. From the thickness of a chopstick, it was gradually turning into the thickness of a pin. But at this step, Li Fuchen was stuck. Should I remove this trace of sword Dao essence or remove that trace of sword Dao essence? Li Fuchen frowned. This sword contained hundreds of sword art essences, and within each sword art essence, there were countless minute sword Dao essences. A trace of sword Dao essence might seem insignificant, but when it was used in the sword move's composition, it was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Everything in the world was originally made up of the weakest and tiniest substances. If any of the substances had a problem, it would affect the existence of everything else. Li Fuchen pondered for 3 days. During the 3 days, Li Fuchen stood there motionlessly like a stone statue. Huff! The wind blew and the fallen leaves danced in the air. A condensed sword will suddenly burst out, and the falling leaves in the sky turned into ashes. I see. Li Fuchen's heart was suddenly enlightened. Go! Li Fuchen drew the flaming snake sword and slashed at the barren mountain on the opposite side. Without any sound or presence, a scarlet and bright sword thread sliced at the barren mountain. There was an extremely fine sword scar on the surface of the barren mountain. In normal situations, this sword scar wouldn't attract any attention. But right now, this sword scar was emitting a scarlet radiance that was like lava. Rumble! The sword scar melted and exploded. There was a long and narrow opening in the middle of the barren mountain. In an instant, there was a burst of lava and the scorching and tyrannical sword intent had changed the color of the world. This sword move shall be called Flowing Merciless Edge. Chapter 553. The Flowing Merciless Edge was definitely a heaven-class sword move. This move contained an unimaginably concentrated blazing sword Dao Law. If this wasn't the Emperor Sky Continent and was a low-tier continent, the Flowing Merciless Edge's sword intent would be able to last for a long time. Once regular battle spirit realm masters entered the range of the sword intent, they would immediately be incinerated into ashes. Why were low-tier continents able to restrict battle spirit realm masters and primary sea realm monarchs but unable to restrict law phase realm emperors? It was because law phase realm emperors possessed laws and intents that couldn't be restricted by the continent willpower of low-tier continents. It wasn't as simple as strength. With this move, Flowing Merciless Edge, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength had officially stepped into the Great Master level. Furthermore, even among the Great Masters, he wasn't a regular existence and was comparable to Lei Donghai, Gu Jui, and even Yuan Long. I have been in the Emperor's Sky Continent for half a year. It is time for me to travel. After cultivating for half a year, even Li Fuchen felt rather stifled. South Mountain City was one of the 10 cities in the South Sun County. It was backed by the famed mountain, South Mountain. The Emperor Sky continent had a huge population, and just within the South Mountain city's borders, there were a few 100 million people. Of course, the South Mountain city was the main city, and there were hundreds of counties within the borders. Therefore, most of the population was in the hundreds of counties, while the main city only had a few tens of millions of people. After arriving at the South Mountain city, Li Fuqian knew what prosperity was. The South Mountain city spanned over 1,000 miles, and the roads were as wide as plazas. It was enough for dozens of horses to travel side by side. There were shops on both sides that were densely packed, and there were countless of them. Some of the shops that had a rather robust background were as tall as 7 or 8 floors or over a dozen floors. They were standing there like palaces, and there were plenty of such shops. A single street's prosperity was comparable to a city on the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuqian wasn't surprised. He was surprised because there were too many battle spirit realm masters along the way. On the streets, in the tea houses, inns, and shops, battle spirit realm masters could be seen everywhere. Li Fuqian reckoned that the number of battle spirit realm masters in the South Mountain city was probably comparable to the Red Rainbow sect's Red Soil continent. However, it was normal after thinking about it. The higher the continent's grade, the denser the laws and qi. The denser the laws and qi, the higher the grade of the human bone frame. In the East Unicorn continent, most people had normal bone frames. In the 7-color continent, the majority of people were 1 or 2 star bone frames, and there weren't many ordinary bone frames. In the Emperor Sky continent, most of the people were probably 2 or 3 star bone frames. As such, there were naturally plenty of 4-star, 5-star, and even 6-star bone frames. Furthermore, with the abnormally concentrated law and energy, as long as there were enough high-grade cultivation techniques, 4-star bone frames would probably have a trace of hope to progress to the battle spirit realm. It's the same continent, but the difference is too great. Li Fuqian shook his head. The South Mountain city spanned over 1,000 miles. Due to the array restriction within the city, it was impossible to fly. After half a day, Li Fuqian had only visited a corner of the South Mountain city. Go! Giddy up! Get lost! On the spacious street, dozens of knights swept past like a whirlwind. Even though many commoners tried to dodge, many of them were still sent flying and vomiting blood. Fortunately, the commoners here were all at least at the origin realm or even the earth realm. A casual collision wouldn't kill them. These knights were all at the battle spirit realm, and the leaders were all at the high level of the battle spirit realm. He wasn't riding a horse, but a strange spirit beast with goat horns and wings. These spirit beasts were very famous in the South Mountain city and were called the Wind Travel Spirit Beasts. They were Class 5 spirit beasts, and once they burst forth with speed, they would be comparable to Class 6 low-tier demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were reared by the South Mountain City Lord residents, and it was hard for outsiders to purchase them. It is the City Lord residence's third young lady. Hurry up and dodge. The commoners that recognized the identity of these knights were silently cursing their bad luck. They pulled the people beside them and quickly opened up a path. The City Lord residence's third young lady is rather awe-inspiring. Among the crowd, Li Fuqian took a glance at the leader, who was dressed in pale yellow clothes and had an arrogant look on her face. He thought to himself. The City Lord residence's third young lady was indeed awe-inspiring. In the Red Moon Empire, each City Lord was an existence that couldn't be provoked. Let alone monarch-class factions, even monarch-class factions that had half-emperors wouldn't be willing to provoke the City Lord residence. It could be said that in the South Mountain City, the City Lord residence was the strongest faction, and the City Lord residence's third young lady was naturally like a young overlord that no one dared to provoke. In the afternoon, Li Fuqian arrived outside of an 18-story restaurant. This restaurant was called the Soaring Rain Restaurant. From the passers-by, Li Fuqian found out that this Soaring Rain restaurant was rather famous and was ranked top 30 among the thousands of restaurants in the South Mountain City. Of course, the Soaring Rain restaurant's expenses were very high. Even on the first floor, without a few thousand low-grade spirit stones, one wouldn't be able to enjoy a meal. As for the 12th floor and above, the expenses would easily be a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Those that didn't have millions of wealth wouldn't dare to go up. After all, a single meal would cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Even if one had millions of wealth, it would only be enough to drink 100 times. The expenses were too high. If one was a little more extravagant, a single meal might cost 100,000 or a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Customer, please come in. Walking into the inn, a waiter who was at the high levels of the earth realm quickly came over to welcome him. Are the 12th floor and above full? Li Fuchen inquired. It was Li Fuchen's first time in the Emperor's Sky Continent city and he didn't wish to be too stingy. He wanted to see why the wines here were worth so much spirit stones. The waiter said, Customer, the 13th and 14th floors are already full. There are still 5 tables on the 15th floor. But what about the expenses on the 15th floor? The expenses on the 15th floor weren't cheap. The cheapest pot of wine would cost 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones aren't a problem. Just bring me up. All right. The waiter had sharp eyes. He might not know Li Fuchen's exact cultivation level, but after seeing plenty of battle spirit realm masters, he naturally understood that Li Fuchen was a genuine battle spirit realm master. A battle spirit realm master would have a wealth of over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As for reneging on a debt, let alone a battle spirit realm master, even a primary sea realm monarch wouldn't dare to do so. This was the South Mountain City and not some county city. After arriving at the 15th floor, Li Fuchen was shocked again. The decorations here were very exquisite. Be it the tables, chairs, or carpets, they were all priceless. The spirit chi was condensed and didn't scatter. Some of the decorations on the walls were obviously low-class cardinal artifacts. Especially those paintings or calligraphy pieces. They had profound intents and actually contained profound laws. They were at least drawn and written by a calligraphy master. As compared to the Emperor's Sky Continent, the East Unicorn Continent is simply a countryside. The Red Soil Continent is just a county city. Li Fuchen shook his head again and felt that his horizons had been broadened. Li Fuchen took a glance at the menu. The wines here were indeed very expensive. The cheapest wine was called Bamboo Leaf Green and a pot was worth 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The most expensive wine was called Rainbow Gaudy and it was actually worth 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Apart from the wines, there were all sorts of desserts. The desserts were much cheaper, but a stack of desserts was at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Give me a pot of multicolored sky and a small desserts banquet. Chapter 554. After a while, the wine and desserts were served. Pouring a glass of wine, Li Fuchen sized it up. In this multicolored sky, the wine lived up to its name. It was colorful, and its taste was complex and ever-changing. I wonder how it tastes. Li Fuchen finished half a cup in a single gulp. Delicious. As the alcohol entered his stomach, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He had never drunk such delicious wine before. The Red Rainbow sect might have fine wines and some of them were even more expensive than the multicolored sky, but the taste was inferior to the multicolored sky. It made sense. The Soaring Rain restaurant was ranked top 30 among the thousands of restaurants in South Mountain City, so how could their wine be simple? The wine brewing recipe must have been modified over 1,000 times. The Red Rainbow sect's wine mainly had good brewing ingredients, but their brewing recipe was definitely inferior to the Soaring Rain restaurant. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect didn't have any incredible wine brewing grandmasters. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, it's worth it. Li Fuchen felt his mood getting better. After finishing a cup of wine, Li Fuchen poured another cup and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of dessert and stuffed it into his mouth. The dessert melted in his mouth, and the feeling was indescribable. Amazing! How could Li Fuchen not know that the ingredients for brewing fine wine and desserts weren't considered much? The seven-color continent might not be comparable to the Emperor Sky continent, but the Soaring Rain restaurant was only ranked top 30 in the South Mountain City. It wasn't a top-ranked restaurant in the South Sun County or the Red Moon Empire. In terms of ingredients, the Soaring Rain restaurant wasn't superior to the Red Rainbow sect, but in terms of brewing recipes, the Red Rainbow sect was far superior. Of course, this was mainly because the two had different goals. The aim of the restaurant was to have good drinks and good food. The Red Rainbow sect's target was powerful effects and the taste wasn't bad. After a meal of wine, Li Fuchen was not satisfied and ordered another serving. This time, he ordered a pot of mid-grade wine worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 7 moon days, and ordered a large dessert banquet. The taste of the 7th moon sky was even better than the multicolored sky. As for the dessert banquet, there were a few desserts that couldn't be ordered individually and were only included in the dessert banquet. The taste left Li Fuchen with endless aftertastes and felt that all the food he ate in the past was wasted. With such a good taste, it's hard for business not to be good. Li Fuchen lamented. If even he wanted to visit again, those Battle Spirit Realm masters who had tasted the delicacies would naturally come again in the future. Brother Zhang, you are really lucky this time. You only spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to gamble for a celestial stone worth 530 mid-grade spirit stones. You should treat me to this wine. Didn't I already invite him? Besides, it's not like you don't know that I've wasted hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones in the past. What is a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Master Wei spent 500 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a piece of heaven stone ore in the south of the city yesterday and ended up with nothing. 500 mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 5 million low-grade spirit stones. How can I compare to Master Wei? Master Wei is a famous great master refiner who can refine top-grade earth-level weapons. His net worth is dozens of times that of mine. The 15th floor was filled with private rooms, each of which was covered by a soundproof array formation. But with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the Soaring Rain restaurant's array wasn't able to stop him. In an exquisite and luxurious private room, 3 Battle Spirit Realm masters were drinking wine. From their conversation, Li Fuchen found out that there was a stone gambling den in the South Mountain City. This stone gambling den gambled on heaven stone ores. The so-called heaven stone was a mystical stone that contained heaven and earth laws. When a martial artist comprehended the profound laws within the heaven stone, it would allow one's foundation to be stronger. In the future, it would be easier to comprehend martial arts. After all, the essence of martial arts was also the profound laws. However, the stone gambling den gambled on heaven stone ores. Heaven stone ores were innately able to isolate spiritual awareness. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would find it hard to see anything from a piece of heaven stone ore. Therefore, no one knew if a piece of heaven stone ore had a heaven stone or not. If there was no heaven stone, it would definitely be a worthless piece of rock and would be worthless. If there was a heaven stone, it would have to depend on the size and grade of the heaven stone. Heaven stones were separated into 5 grades: subpar grade, low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and peak grade. A regular fist-sized subpar grade heaven stone would be worth a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones. If it was a fist-sized low-grade heaven stone, it would be shocking and would be worth at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In the stone gambling world, there was a saying, one saber in heaven, one saber in hell. If the gamble was won, it would be heaven. If the gamble was lost, it would be hell. After all, heaven stone ores that looked good were worth plenty of mid-grade spirit stones. Some people gambled with their entire wealth and ended up losing everything. Some people just casually bought a piece and instantly became rich. This stone gambling is rather interesting. Li Fuchen smiled. He withdrew his spiritual awareness and entered another private room. Did you hear? 3 days ago, the Mount Wu Sword Sect, Paradise Cult, and Horizontal Saber Sect worked together and attacked the Sky Fire Hall. They killed plenty of primary Sea Realm monarchs from the Sky Fire Hall. Ultimately, the Sky Fire Hall had no choice but to leave the Emperor's Sky Continent through the teleportation array. How can I not hear about it? This matter is spreading like wildfire. I just don't know how the Sky Fire Hall provoked 3 monarch-class factions to attack together. Among them, the Paradise Cult is a half-emperor-class faction. If a half-emperor makes a move, as long as a Law Phase Realm Emperor doesn't make an appearance, they are considered invincible. Isn't it because the Sky Fire Hall Master obtained a Heaven-class artifact armor during an expedition? It is unknown how the news got leaked out and caused a huge calamity. Sigh, the Sky Fire Hall has left the Emperor's Sky Continent and the teleportation array has been destroyed. The next time they return, they will probably need at least 10 years. Isn't that right? With the vast ocean between them, even high-level primary sea realm monarchs would need a very long time to travel from one continent to another. If they encounter a heaven-defying demonic beast king or a demonic beast ruler, they might just perish. In this private room, a few high-level battle spirit realm masters were drinking and chatting at the same time. Sky Fire Hall. Li Fuchen frowned. The Sky Fire Hall was also a monarch-class faction in the South Sun County. It wasn't too far away from the Red Rainbow sect and was just 2 cities away. The Emperor's Sky Continent is much more dangerous than I imagined. The monarch-class factions are all gathered together. If I don't form an alliance with a few monarch-class factions, someone might just attack the mountain gate and destroy the teleportation array. To a foreign monarch-class faction, the Mountain Gate was very important. Because the Mountain Gate had a teleportation array. Only by using the teleportation array would they be able to send a steady stream of people over. If the teleportation array was destroyed, an array monarch would be required to come and set up the teleportation array. If an array monarch wanted to set up the teleportation array, he would have to travel slowly and cross the vast ocean. The Red Rainbow sect only arrived at the Emperor's Sky Continent a few hundred years ago. Back then, over a dozen primary sea realm monarchs rode a Class 7 battleship and encountered multiple demonic beast kings along the way. When they arrived at the Emperor's Sky Continent, half of the group perished and they didn't encounter a demonic beast ruler. If they encountered a demonic beast ruler, it was normal for them to be wiped out. With his powerful spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen obtained plenty of information about the Emperor's Sky Continent and slowly had a deeper understanding of the Emperor's Sky Continent. Chapter 555. Sis, I beg you. Lend me another 1 million low-grade spirit stones and I guarantee I won't go stone gambling again. You have said this more than once or twice. I have 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but not 1 million. Without spirit stones, why are you drinking on the 15th floor of the Soaring Rain restaurant? Xiao Guang, don't go overboard. In the past, I would come to the Soaring Rain restaurant once every half a month. Ever since you started stone gambling, I can only come once every 2 months. Furthermore, I only dare to order a pot of low-grade wine each time. At the staircase, there was a chatter as a man and a woman arrived at the 15th floor and entered a private room. Li Fuchen took a long time to finish the wine and desserts that were worth 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. These items might not be a lot and the effects weren't as powerful as the Red Rainbow sect's precious wine and desserts, but they were still worth 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. After eating half of the food, Li Fuchen felt a little tipsy and it was a very comfortable feeling. After reaching the battle spirit realm and his body refinement was at the perfection level of reincarnation realm, it was hard for him to get drunk. If it was normal wine, he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank it for a month. Li Fuchen didn't use his cultivation to dispel the tipsy feeling as he was only slightly tipsy. Ring ring ring. Li Fuchen shook the bell on the side. A short moment later, the waiter entered the private room. Dear customer, do you have any other requests? The waiter was very respectful. Li Fuchen's spending wasn't low. The first time, he spent 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second time, he spent 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Both times, he spent close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It was rare to encounter such a wealthy customer. As the waiter that served Li Fuchen, he would receive a few hundred low-grade spirit stones as a reward. Help me pack up some wine and desserts. Li Fuchen ordered 2 million worth of wine and desserts and was planning to eat and drink on the way. To Li Fuchen, it wasn't a big deal to occasionally spend a large amount of money. Tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones were just sitting around. All right. The waiter was very excited. His reward this time might be over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was much higher than the previous 2 weeks of rewards. Li Fuchen pushed open the private room's door and prepared to pay the bill. Creak. On the opposite side, the door of the siblings' private room had also opened. A handsome young man and an absolute beauty in pale blue clothes walked out. What a beauty! Li Fuchen sized up the two of them and was slightly surprised. In terms of appearance, this lady was comparable to Su Muyu and Bai Lingshuang. She was only slightly inferior to Yan Qinggu. One had to know that this was just a city of the Red Moon Empire. Rain and Bai Lingshuang were the most beautiful women in their respective continents. Big sister, in terms of background and natural talent, Donghua Xiaonan isn't inferior to you. In my opinion, you can try to get along with him. The handsome young man acted as if no one else was present as he spoke to the blue-clothed young woman. The blue-clothed woman's brows knit together. Little Guang, tell me, how many benefits did you receive from Donghua Xiaonan? Sister, am I that kind of person? What are you talking about? The handsome young man pretended to be unhappy. You. The lady in blue glared angrily and didn't bother with the handsome youth anymore. She began to put her attention on Li Fuchen, who walked out of the private room. Originally, she was just casually sizing him up, but soon enough, she was attracted by Li Fuchen. As compared to Li Fuchen, the young elites of the South Mountain City seemed to be inferior by a few levels. It wasn't the difference in looks, it was the difference in aura. If the young elites of the South Mountain City were all radiant and had noble auras, Li Fuchen was much more reserved and was as unfathomable as the sea. No one knew that she had learned the aura observation technique. It didn't matter how the other party concealed it, she would be able to see that the other party wasn't ordinary. It was because of this, she didn't think highly of the so-called Donghua Xiaonan. In her eyes, Donghua Xiaonan was just an empty shell. If I didn't learn the aura observation technique, I probably wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation and would treat him as an ordinary person. The blue-clothed young woman had a trace of curiosity towards Li Fuchen. She had never seen someone with an aura like Li Fuchen. Even the primary Sea Realm monarchs of the South Mountain City seemed to be inferior to Li Fuchen in terms of aura. Li Fuchen's aura was reserved, but it was also emitting an unimaginable dominator's dominance. This dominator's dominance was unreachable like the heaven Tao, but it was also pure and sharp like the sword Tao. Perhaps, only Law Fei's realm emperors could compare with his aura. Could he be the legendary 9-star bone frame? The blue-clothed young woman thought to herself. Does this brother come to the Soaring Rain restaurant often? My name is Qi Junjun. She was certain that the South Mountain City didn't have someone like Li Fuchen. If there was someone like him, he wouldn't be unknown. This was the first time she took the initiative to speak to a man, causing the handsome young man to be flabbergasted. Big sister. The handsome young man was about to speak. Shut up. Qi Junjun transmitted a message to berate the handsome young man. The handsome young man quickly shut up, but he couldn't see anything special about Li Fuchen that could attract his big sister to take the initiative to greet him. His big sister, Qi Junjun, was the #1 beauty of the South Mountain City. Even in the South Sun County, there wasn't anyone prettier than his big sister. Li Fuchen, I am not a citizen of the South Mountain City. This is also my first time here at the Soaring Rain restaurant. Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen. Qi Junjun's eyes lit up. Without the aura observation technique, she would only feel that the name was good. But with the aura observation technique, she felt that Li Fuchen's name was simply wonderful. Floating dust, floating dust. It had an indifferent and otherworldly feeling and also had a transcendental dominance like the Heaven Tao. I wonder where Brother Li is planning to go next. This young lady is a clansman of the South Mountain City's Qi clan, and I know everything about the South Mountain City. I am willing to be your guide. Qi Junjun didn't know what was wrong with her as she had never been interested in men. Li Fuchen smiled and said, forget it. I am planning to go to the stone gambling den to take a look. Xiaoguang, aren't you going to the stone gambling den? Let's go together. This big sister can also understand the situation of stone gambling. In fact, Qi Junjun had been to the stone gambling den before, but the probability of obtaining heaven stones was too low, therefore, she rarely went there. The handsome young man opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He felt like crying but had no tears. Previously, Qi Junjun didn't even bother about stone gambling, but now, she took the initiative to go to the stone gambling den. Was there still justice in this world? The handsome young man snorted and said, the stone gambling den isn't a regular place. It is separated into 3 regions. The heaven stone ores in the low-grade region will cost at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The heaven stone ores in the mid-grade region will cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the heaven stone ores in the high-grade region, it will cost at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones. You better consider carefully if you want to go, otherwise, it is common for you to lose everything. I am just going to take a look. I might not be gambling. Li Fuchen shook his head. After going downstairs, Li Fuchen and Qi Junjun were preparing to pay the bill. Young Lady Qi, you have spent a total of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The chief shopkeeper of the Soaring Rain restaurant smiled and said. Put it on the tab. Qi Junjun said. For descendants of influential clans like them, their spending in the city could be put on a tab and would be settled at the end of the month or year. It was much more convenient. This customer, you have spent a total of 2.98 million low-grade spirit stones. I can make the decision and wipe off the odd amount for you. You only need to pay 2.9 million low-grade spirit stones. When it was Li Fuchen's turn to pay the bill, everyone was shocked. Chapter 556. What kind of concept was it to spend 3 million low-grade spirit stones in one go? Even a wealthy individual with a wealth of hundreds of millions would only occasionally spend so many spirit stones. The Qi clan was one of the 4 major clans of the South Mountain City, and their clan assets were calculated in billions. But clan assets were clan assets and shouldn't be mixed with individual assets. 3 million low-grade spirit stones was something that even Qi Junjun, the most outstanding descendant of the Qi clan, wouldn't be able to take out so many low-grade spirit stones. So wealthy. Qi Guang widened his eyes. In his opinion, spending 3 million low-grade spirit stones in one go at the Soaring Rain restaurant meant that Qi Junjun's wealth was at least 100 million, and he was much wealthier than Donghua Xiaonan. Big sister seems to be interested in him. Is there a chance? Qi Guang's eyes flickered as he thought of a great idea. The stone gambling den was located in the central region of the western part of the South Mountain City. Welcome, young Lady Qi, young Master Qi. Please come in. At the entrance of the stone gambling den, a few reincarnation realm experts welcomed them passionately. Qi Junjun said, bring us to the 4th floor. The stone gambling den has a total of 10 floors. The 1st to 3rd floors are the low-class areas, the 4th to 6th floors are the mid-class areas, the 7th to 9th floors are the high-class areas, and the 10th floor is the special areas. At the fourth floor, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The stone gambling den might have 10 floors, but each floor was huge and had a radius of around 100 meters. In the spacious space, there were oars of various sizes that were covered with veined patterns. Some of the oars were only the size of a human head, while some were the size of a house. Some of the oars were surrounded by plenty of battle spirit realm masters who were pointing and discussing. Their faces would flash with conflicted expressions from time to time. This is the Heaven Stone Ore. Li Fuchen stared at a human-sized rock with secret patterns. This giant rock had a pale azure color and it was covered with veined patterns. Li Fuchen could see at a glance that the veined patterns contained profound laws, but the veined patterns were too fragmented. It was just like a martial art that was split into dozens or hundreds of portions. It was impossible to comprehend anything from it. Qi Junjun introduced, the Heaven Stone Ore has the effect of isolating spiritual awareness. It is impossible to use spiritual awareness to see through the Heaven Stone Ore. Some of the experienced stone gambling experts would normally observe the patterns. The patterns on this ore are too fragmented. From my experience, there shouldn't be any heaven stones inside. Even if there is, I reckon that it would be inferior heaven stones that aren't even comparable to substandard grade heaven stones. It wouldn't be worth a few mid-grade spirit stones. This piece of heaven stone ore was priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 20 middle-grade spirit stones. In Qi Junjun's opinion, it wasn't worth it. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Brother Li, you've just arrived and definitely don't have much experience. Why don't I choose for you? We'll split the profit evenly, Qi Guang couldn't help but say. Don't listen to his nonsense. Qi Junjun glared at Qi Guang. Qi Guang did not care about Qi Junjun. Brother Li, just listen to me. In this stone gambling house, I, Qi Guang, can be considered to have a bit of fame. I once used 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to earn 700 medium-grade spirit stones. What happened after that? I lost so much that I had to pawn my pants. Qi Junjun said unhappily. Isn't that just a slip of the hand? Qi Guang was rather angry that Qi Junjun ruined his plan. Alright. Here are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. You can go take a look by yourself and stop bothering us. Qi Junjun couldn't stand Qi Guang anymore. She took out a storage bag and tossed it to Qi Guang. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones might be too little, but I will definitely earn a lot this time. Qi Guang chuckled and turned to leave. Brother Li, Xiao Guang is always like this. He likes to boast, please don't mind him. Qi Junjun said apologetically. Li Fuchen laughed, it's normal, he is a young man after all. Young man? Qi Junjun's mouth revealed a strange smile. Li Fuchen's age didn't seem to be older than Xiao Guang, but he actually said that Xiao Guang was a young man. Young Lady Qi, I will take a look by myself. You can do as you please. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be followed by another person. Alright. Since she was here at the stone gambling house, Qi Junjun wanted to test her luck. After Qi Junjun left, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and enveloped the tall heaven stone ore in front of him. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at least at the level of a pinnacle primary sea realm monarch. Even Law Phase realm emperors found it hard to see through the heaven stone ore with their spiritual awareness, but he wouldn't know if he didn't try. As expected. At the next moment, Li Fuchen understood why even Law Phase realm emperors found it hard to see through the heaven stone ore. Even with his spiritual awareness, he was only able to penetrate half an inch into the heaven stone ore. This heaven stone ore was 1 meter thick. What could it do if it was half an inch deep? Let me try the spirit soul power. Ever since his spirit soul transformed into the pale purple color, Li Fuchen's spirit soul had a new spirit soul innate ability. It was the ability to release the spirit soul power and scout everything within 10 meters. This kind of scouting was 10 times more superior than the spiritual awareness scouting. If the spiritual awareness was like gravel, then the spirit soul power was like powder, and it was even more detailed. The spiritual awareness wasn't able to penetrate the power of law on the heaven stone ore, but the spirit soul power might be able to. A layer of pale purple spirit soul power that could only be seen by Li Fuchen extended out and enveloped the heaven stone ore. Soon enough, this heaven stone ore no longer had any secrets in Li Fuchen's eyes. It immediately turned into an extremely transparent pale purple color, and there was only a small piece of sky green crystal that was the size of an egg that couldn't be seen through with the spirit soul power. But there was no need to see through it anymore. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would understand that the sky green crystal should be a heaven stone. However, he didn't know what grade the heaven stone was. "I want this heaven stone ore," Li Fuchen said to the person in charge nearby. "This heaven stone ore is worth 200,000 low-grade spirit stones." When the person in charge saw that someone wanted to buy it, he quickly walked over. "Here." Li Fuchen handed the person in charge 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. After keeping the heaven stone ore, Li Fuchen continued to scout the next heaven stone ore. With the spirit soul scouting innate ability, even Law Phase realm emperors wouldn't be able to compare with him in terms of stone gambling. To Li Fuchen, this stone gambling den simply existed for him. Of course, he didn't think that the heaven stone ore couldn't be penetrated by his spiritual awareness. In the past, there wasn't anything that his spiritual awareness couldn't penetrate. After all, his spiritual awareness was comparable with elite primary sea realm monarchs. There were plenty of heaven stone ores on the 4th floor, and Li Fuchen arrived in front of the second heaven stone ore. This was a heaven stone ore that was half a meter in height, and the patterns on the surface were much more complete. It was emitting power of law, and it was much more powerful than the previous one. This time, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wasn't even able to penetrate half an inch. If Li Fuchen didn't have the spirit soul scouting innate ability, he might have bought it. But when his spirit soul power permeated in, Li Fuchen realized that there wasn't even a speck of heaven stone inside. It was obviously a piece of useless stone. It seems like heaven stone ores don't just appear when the power of law is stronger. The power of law is related to the patterns on the ore. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.